Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Papu Kavgate, HP, C-DAC Delhi. Just give me 1 second. Okay, thank you for. Okay, guys. I just need to do certain setup. Sorry, apologize for that. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our day 2 webinar. And I would request you guys to just bear some time to so everyone can join, and like we can wait for the 5 minutes for all the participants, and we will sharply start at 2 o'clock, like 2:10. Okay, so we just need to wait for 4 minutes, and we will going to start our session. So meanwhile, I would like to give you the today's summary, like who will be our speaker. So we do have Jasna Agrawal, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology from Bangalore. Then we do have Professor Arvind Sir. He's a professor of electrical engineering at IIT Kanpur. Then we do have one more speaker, that is Arpan Banerjee from NBRC Mansir. Then we do have Dr. Vikas Vajali. He's also the professor of neurology. Sorry, he's a professor of neurosurgery from Bangalore. Then we do have Dr. Jayesh Rao. He's a principal engineer, GE, Global Research Bangalore. Then we do have last speaker, that is Dr. Priyanka Jain, ma'am, Associate Director, C-DAC Delhi. So we'll wait for us like 3 more minutes, and then we will begin our session.
Papu, I suppose we should start the session, otherwise the time for speaker would be less. I think this is good to go now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. We'll start now. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome again for our day 2 session. Today's we do have a speaker, Dr. Josna Agrawal, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology at National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore. So welcome, ma'am, to this session. Before that, I would like to give you the brief introduction about you to audience. So Dr. Agrawal ma'am is currently working as Associate Professor at the Department of Clinical Psychology at National Institute of Medical Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore, from where she had completed her MPhil and PhD degree. She is a consultant for several services in the institute, such as adult physiatry, genetic medicine, positive physiology, and integral medicine, along with being the faculty in charge of VIPRA, that is Vedic Indian Psychology Research and Applications Division, under which she runs two clinics, Sattva and Swasthya, for enhancing well-being informed by the Indian psychology. She was awarded the prestigious Fogarty International Postdoctoral Fellowship at Washington University School of Medicine, St. Louis, United States of America, and another postdoctoral fellowship at SVYSA, Yoga University, Bangalore. Prior to join NIMHANS, she served as an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. She has also worked at various research and management positions, such as at Tata Motors Limited, Jamshedpur, and Community Empowerment Lab, Lucknow. Her research interests include Indian psychology, yoga, and consciousness study, positive psychology, preventive and promotive approach toward a public mental health and psychotherapy. She is currently working on applications of Indian psychology and positive psychology in the clinical and the community setting. She has served the publications in the field and is also supervising multiple MPhil and the doctoral level research in this area. She has keen interest in science fiction with a philosophy bent, contemplative travel, and expensive art. So, Dr. Joseph Agrawal, warm welcome to our session, and I would request you can begin today's session. Thank you, ma'am. Hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pappu, and thank you for the organizer, Dr. Jayan and her team, Dr. Soumya and everyone who has been in touch for such a wonderful program. I'll just directly try to share my screen. Can you see this PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it in full this mode or?
No, ma'am. It's in editing mode. Yes, ma'am. Now it's in a full screen mode.
So I'll be talking about emotion in the new era of digital technology. So as I'll go a little faster given the lack of time. Emotions are our reactions to events, situations, and what we generally understand, although many words are used, but basically it's a mix of components. A subjective feeling, whether something is pleasant or unpleasant, physiological changes in the body, like bodily sensations, heart palpitation, sweaty palm, etc. Thinking, like whether we are thinking narrowly or broadly, cognitive processing, and the behavioral expression in terms of action, like either we reach out to something or want to run away or avoid something. Different theories in the field emphasize different components more or less, and some also emphasize the role of culture. In fact, there was one study, very interesting study, where they asked people to talk about how they are feeling different sensations in the body when they are feeling different emotions. And this was leading to, based on this subjective experience, they developed this map where they found that different emotions have different kind of sensations in the body, especially for example, elevated sensation in the upper chest area, along with changes in breathing, heart rate, etc. And in the head area, where is associated with various kinds of thinking, physiological changes in the facial area, facial muscles, etc. So different kind of emotions also have slight different relationship with these kind of sensations. For example, anger, fear, anxiety, all of them have some kind of commonality. They have fast heartbeat, hot flashes, sweating, etc. On the other hand, depression seems to be stimulating no activation in any part of the body, and in fact lowers the activation in the extremities. So this is the subjective feeling, as well as as you will see that there is some amount of physiological changes which also connects with this. So coming to the different models in the field, many models are present. Some kind of look at emotions as unique, discrete, independent categories. And there are some popular theories around it by, for example, Ekman, which was one of the pioneers in this area, which talked about 6 basic emotions, Plutchik's model of emotions in opposite pairs, and that also becomes like a wheel. And this OCC model, which talks about 22 discrete emotions. So there are certain emotions which have been studied more and certain less, as we will see. The other way of looking at emotions are actually looking at it on a continuum. So, for example, whether our emotion goes from unpleasant to pleasant, and the other continuum is about activation to deactivation, or how aroused in the body someone is feeling or not. So, for example, Russell gave this circular two-dimensional model about arousal and balance. Balance is about pleasantness and unpleasantness. They also later on expanded it to include dominance, which is about how much someone has control over their emotions, so which becomes like a three-dimensional model. On the dimensional ways, we can also look into Plutchik's model of wheel of emotions, where there are concentric circles, as we had actually shown you earlier. So inside are the fundamental or basic emotions. As it goes further out, it is like a mix of emotions, and even the intensity goes down. So these are the ways of looking at emotions on a dimension. Emotions are considered to have adaptive values, and as we all know that it has helped us in the survival over our evolutionary history. Especially the negative, unpleasant emotions bring our thoughts in a very narrow manner. It gives us a quick and thought to do something about it. And in fact, some of the common mechanism which has been studied is, you might have heard about fight or flight, that stress hormones help us to it gives short-term energy in the body and we try to run away. But if it continues for too long, those biochemicals are not good for the body, and that leads to poor health. Then befriend is another model which actually kind of came almost a century later, where there was this Taylor scientist who, along with her postdoc, was looking at whether they also do something like this. And they felt that no, we don't do, we also chat with other people when we are stressed and all. And then they went back and looked into the original study, and they found that the original study in 1915 was only done with male rats. So this was basically animal model. And then they spoke about how women in the species also manage stress by social support, coming together, taking care of young, and it is also related to release of the oxytocin. In recent times, with a lot of research on the trauma, there is also other ways of mechanisms which has been studied handling stress and all, which is about freeze or flop, where someone becomes completely frozen, they feel numb, they don't react in a stressful situation, or as the fawn response, where someone as a survival strategy try to become very extra helpful and agreeable. Coming to the other end of the spectrum about the positive emotions, that has not less studied actually in the field over the decades. Only in last 1 or 2 decades there's been more studies. This one reason is because it is less clearly differentiated, and there has been the boundaries are not very clearly defined. On the other hand, newer and newer positive emotions are nowadays being studied, which brings out the full richness of life. In fact, there are a couple of some very, very interesting models which have been given, for example, broaden and build theory. So I'll just look into it a little closely. But before that, as we were looking at the map in the body, sensation map in the body, even the happiness and love have a different kind of sensation. So as you see that there's a lot more activation in the body when it is about these emotions which are positive in nature. For example, there's a full body activation, and there is heightened communication between the body and the brain. Coming to how positive emotions can actually have evolutionary benefits, so it has been found that it can undo the effect of negative emotion. So, for example, once you have an experience of negative emotion, it can affect your body in a negative manner. Certain kind of hormones are released, And as I just said that, like, sometime back, that it can, long-term stress can actually lead to poor health. On the other hand, there is something called spiraling out phenomena. You can have experienced more positive emotions and you can get out of that effect of negative emotions, and which is also called undoing hypothesis. So for example, when person experiences positive emotions, soon after a high activation negative emotion, for example, anger, there is a faster cardiovascular recovery which has been seen. So this is another model which is called broaden and build model. Very interesting model which talks about how experiencing positive emotions can make us more resilient, transform us. So basically, the experience of positive emotions can expand our thinking and action, which further builds enduring resources like physical, intellectual, psychological, social, and that can transform people. And that can, in fact, lead to more of positive emotions. So, for example, joy, interest, those kind of emotions can lead to expansion of our thinking. So, for example, negative emotions narrow our thinking. We can become very focused on the survival issue. On the other hand, when we are having positive emotions, it expands our thinking. We become more creative. We become more engaged with the world. And it can actually lead to growth intellectual. For example, we learn new problem solving strategies, new information we process, we play, we go out, do some things, and it can lead to more coordination, more strength. Psychologically, it can lead to more optimism. We become goal oriented, and socially we build bonds with other people and become friends, and which can actually become a long-term social resource. So in that way, if you see, this is a cycle which leads to making people become more creative, knowledgeable, resilient, etc. In the field, it has also been seen that the power of negative emotion is there present, which which is called the negativity bias. We can easily forget all the positive things or all the good things which are happening in our life. On the other hand, we take it for granted. We don't appreciate it. On the other hand, whatever negative happens, it kind of triggers a signal for us that there is a threat, there is a survival issue. It captures our attention, and we give a lot more attention to that. A variety of brain regions have been studied. So some I have named here, but basically the idea that the entire brain is involved in fact, the brain as well as the body is involved in managing, experiencing as well as managing the emotions. Looking at the assessment of emotions in the digital era. So if you see, as I said, that there are 4 components, major components: subjective, cognitive, behavioral, as well as physiological. So in the digital era, if you see, there is understanding emotions of a person as well as other people in their various contexts can be very useful. And each of these components are to be assessed or studied, and they can be a way to understand emotions in totally. Why it is important? Because it is important for counseling, in education, for better learning, so that students are engaged. In robotics, so that the smart robots are developed who are able to connect with other people, who are able to collaborate with other people, humans, as well as it is used in marketing as well as entertainment industry, and many other various potential is possible. So coming to how do we assess it? So subjective feelings, we often ask questions. As I had shown you this map of the body, basically they had asked the people when they are experiencing different emotions, how are they feeling in the body, and they were given a picture of the body, and they were asked to write about in different parts of the body, how are they feeling. So this can also be done by online, and a lot of scales and qualitative studies interviews and asking people questions are used. Similarly, cognitive aspect, what people are thinking about emotions or before and after, can be done using questionnaires. In the clinical setting, there is certain popular scales which we use. For example, dysfunctional attitude scale is one possible one. It can also be used by text analysis. People, when they study textual content, they can understand what is going on in someone's mind. Behavioral expressions, which can be more observable, easier to understand. But in the clinic, many times it also happens that people have mixed reasons behind certain behaviors. And when it comes to a problematic behavior, we in the clinic use behavioral analysis, which are guided by various kinds of theories to understand the reason behind certain emotions and certain behavior. When it comes to physiological changes, this can be more noticeable to the experiencer, for example, palpitation, dry mouth, and some of them can be less noticeable, for example, the release of certain hormones in the body. So they are like, now, in fact, this is also an area which is more amenable to use of automated emotion regulation technology, using various kinds of tools and technologies, which we'll look into it next. So as I was mentioning, the text analysis, sentiment analysis, emotion detection, etc., which is like, I think many of you might know that it is identification of feeling, attitude related to an object, which is sentiment analysis, where like whether it's a positive or negative. So basically polarities are looked into. On the other hand, when the emotion is detected, there is an attempt to extract specific emotion, whether happy, sad, angry, etc., from a human language. And it can have a lot of potential, especially when like there is someone who is someone who is in distress, or someone is like suicidal. There is like a lot of potential for like looking at what someone has typed. For example, in the Google yesterday, there was a news that someone in Mumbai who was like looking for ways to have pain-free suicide was like noted by someone in US, and then like US agency, and they contacted the Mumbai police, and they probably went and like helped this person. So this can be very useful in helping and supporting individuals in distress, but it can also be useful in the crime area, like the cyberbullying, crime, etc. On the other hand, there are certain difficulties also in detecting emotions from the short text, emojis. Sometimes the language is not grammatically correct, or like there are new words and lingo, so has to be updated. This emotion dictionary has to be continuously updated. And given in India, a variety of languages are used, it has to be used in like many different programs have to be developed for different languages. Further, like when it comes to sarcasm, as well as like contextual information, there are difficulties. Another very popular method is, especially in the research areas, in the labs, are like EEG, which is like a recording electrical activity of the human brain using electrodes. On the other hand, while it can give a very good information, it needs special devices, expertise, very expensive and uncomfortable to use. So not everyone would like want to go up on a daily basis to get their like assessment done. Respiratory rate analysis is another method where like the velocity and depth of respiration is used because it varies with human emotions. And in fact, this has been like part of the pranayama, and like a lot of yogic texts have spoken about variety of these breaths. So as you see that like in different states of emotions, aroused versus like tensed versus afraid, different types of emotions are there. And deep and slow breathing is present when someone is relaxed. So various kinds of softwares and methods can be used. Simple timers are used nowadays in many of the apps to assess the emotion, breathing, and guide someone to breathe in a relaxed and slow manner. So when they try to assess for the emotions, like they look into air humidity, temperature, air pressure, etc. But it is not very popular because it's not very precise, and it can be affected by various other factors. The assessment can although be done by non-contact, for example, thermal cameras using to assess the temperature near the nose and all. But many of the methods are also very contact based. So you need sensors to get the better idea about the breathing, and therefore it's not very popular. ECG, which is studies the electrical activity of the heart in real time, is also a good method to understand emotions because different heart activity is associated with different kinds of emotions, for example, relaxation versus anger and all. And there is different sensitivity to different kind of emotions is also present so the ECG is better to able to recognize sadness, for example, than joy. On the other hand, the limitation here is it's a complex process, doesn't lead to a contactless, instantaneous emotion recognition, and therefore not very often used for the emotion research. Heart rate variability is a very interesting thing because it looks at the ratio between the slow versus fast heart rate, because each one is related to a different nervous system, parasympathetic versus sympathetic nervous system. And it is this ratio is influenced by emotions, stress, exercise, etc. When low heart rate variability is there, it indicates relaxed state. And there are two ways of measuring it. One is as like the ECG, but on the other hand, this photodetector, which looks at like changes in microvascular blood volume in tissues. This is quite a lot more easier. It is often used in wearable gadgets, and many times people in fact, in modern this mobile apps and all, sometimes they use it for assessing the HRV rate, and along with maybe teaching someone breathing exercises or relaxation exercises to help them to get an immediate feedback whether they are getting better at certain skills of, for example, relaxation. So touchscreen of common smartphones can be useful for this purpose. GSR is another method which is related to electrodermal activity or skin conductance. Basically, the idea is that changes in emotions are associated with arousal levels in the sympathetic nervous system, which influences the sweat reactions in the body. And that influences the salt in the body and therefore the change in electrical resistance. And this method can pick up stress, excitement, engagement, various kinds of emotions, as well as whether someone is attending to something or someone is tired, attention demanding tasks are being done. So this data is another way to to get low cost and easy to assemble wearable devices in the daily life. However, it gives an idea about the arousal, but it does not give information about valence, which is whether an emotion is pleasant or unpleasant. So that limitation is present. On the other hand, skin temperature measurement, where specific ways to measure the, especially the temperature on the fingertip, because that is associated with fingertip blood flow, is related to various kinds of emotions, for example, stress, anxiety, embarrassment, and all. It can be measured using contact, as sensors, there's a picture here. On the other hand, it can also be done by non-contact. And that can be broad also, face or full body thermal imaging infrared cameras. It is also one of the popular methods, though again it is less accurate, and therefore it can be used along with many other methods so multi-method approach would be a better idea. When we look into other methods, they can be electromyogram, where the electrical potential generated by muscle cells is assessed by surface or inserted electrodes. But it's again not very comfortable and therefore not very often used. It also needs a lot of preparation for the skin. On the other hand, some amount of assessment can be done using video so for example, facial muscle movement can be utilized for this purpose using the video recordings. Another is about eye movement, for example, eye blinking associated with stress, surprise, fatigue, etc. So various kinds of emotions can be captured. Again, it can be used captured through contact or non-contact video-based methods. It is again less precise because many other factors can interfere. For example, someone is moving their eyes generally, some environment factor is there. And study of attention can also be done, that has also been done by wearable eye trackers, headsets, screens, and specific softwares. Finally, coming to facial expression, body posture, gesture analysis. So these are another ways of getting information about the emotions. It can be especially tagged with newer development in the computer science. And the non-contact measurement is also having a good enough reliable result. And especially if it is used in combination with other methods. And it can be used especially for the benefit is that individual as well as the group emotions. So the difficulty here is because there are so many reference points, it can lead to a lot of amount of large data. And the other problem is that the emotion has to be strong enough to bring certain changes in the body, visible changes, noticeable changes. And that may not always be possible for the softer emotions or subtle emotions. As I said earlier, that no single method is ideal for all situations, and multimodal analysis may provide a better result. Coming to management of emotions. So what happens when we get stuck in negative emotions? People can feel very overwhelmed. They can think too much about something without finding any solutions. They may even give up very early. They may not even try out. Or sometimes they pick up some over-the-counter solutions, which are very easy, tempting, for example, taking substance abuse, going and getting drunk, or not giving a chance to long-term situations, because like certain problems can immediately trigger certain emotions, and people remain in the negative emotion loop and not give try out a long-term solution, which needs patience and calm state of mind. And finally, sometimes people do not have this capacity to stay with something which is unpleasant. And that can lead to many of the unhealthy coping mechanisms. So many of us might have found that sometimes or other we may use some of these things, but when it goes on for a very long time on an ongoing basis, these becoming stuck in the negative emotions, it can lead to various kinds of mental health problems. And it is also associated with anxiety, depression, as well as interpersonal problems at home and the family context, as well as at the workplace. So emotion regulation is the term used for the capacity to feel and let go of emotions without getting stuck into them. And it can be done some of the common ways of managing negative emotions are related to, for example, changing one's thinking about something else or distraction, thinking about the situation in a different way, for example, reframing about it, thinking about causes, implications, long-lasting solutions, or imagining something different or pleasant to reduce the distress for the some time. Similarly, changing behaviors is another method, a broad method where people can focus attention on another activity, start doing something else, or an activity which can cultivate another feeling altogether, positive feeling, for example, can be cultivated, or working on the solutions, or sharing and talking and ventilating with other people. And finally, by being mindful. So there are a variety of ways to manage one's emotions. And most people use some or other in their daily living. When people are not able to manage their emotions, then comes the need for intervention. So, for example, counseling, psychotherapy, when people usually whether they reach out to their peer group or friends, family and all, but many times there is a need for professional mental health support, especially for the emotion regulation. And there are many schools, variety of techniques, variety of strategies to help someone in managing their emotions in this therapy. Along with that, there is another areas which about increasing and enhancing well-being. So which is related to positive psychology intervention, where it basically tries to help people to develop positive emotions, thoughts, behavior, satisfaction, and that can lead to better outcome. So broadly, these are the people who are not unhappy or having some kind of negative emotions, dealing with that, struggling with that, but these are people who are on an ordinary basis having a mix of both emotions, but they would want to become happier and have more well-being. So a variety of positive psychology interventions have been studied and found effective. So there can be cognitive strategies, for example, replaying positive experiences in their mind, which is called savoring, or self-monitoring instances of well-being, etc. There are emotional skills focused interventions like mindfulness, acceptance, savoring. And then there are positive behaviors like engaging in enjoyable activities or expressing gratitude, kindness, etc. So these are targeting different components of emotions broadly, or else cognitions, or else behaviors. So if you look into digital technologies for emotion regulation, there has been some work in the field. I just want to know how much time I have, because 2:40 was the plan, but then since we started a little late. So if you can tell, then accordingly, I will plan the next couple of slides. Can the organizers tell me? Okay.
Ma'am, go ahead, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So for the digital technologies, when it comes for the emotion regulation, yes, there are online programs, online interventions, which are called. So variety of programs have been studied, developed studies across the world. For example, there is something called computerized CBT. CBT is a way of like therapy, cognitive behavior therapy for anxiety, depression, etc. And there's an online program which has been studied, which basically tries to change, bring changes in the thinking, attitude, etc. And it is because when it is computerized, many of these are basically self-paced, self-guided material, which has to be done on their own. And sometimes there is a coach also who is involved. So the studies have shown that there is a small to medium effect size of on depression, with medium to larger effect size for anxiety. Usually, because younger people are more comfortable with technology, it has found better effect size for younger people, younger adults. On the other hand, because these are like only in last 5-6 years, more studies have come up. Long-term studies are not yet there. It has been found that if there is a coach or some supportive adult present, it helps the child or the young person also to complete it. In some countries, in fact, for example, in Australia, there is a program which is freely available for parents and children for mental health issues. And same way in New Zealand, I have come across some national programs which are freely available. Serious games are basically a way of using games to deliver intervention. And they basically try to increase the engagement, motivation, help in learning new skills. It is different from gamification, where the elements of games are used. For example, in a CBT app, when someone is given reward every time they complete a section in the CBT. So that is different. While the serious games are basically where a game is built basically as an intervention is built as a game. So for example, there is a program called Sparks, where there is a virtual guide which takes a person who is involved to different levels, and different types of skills are being taught in the process. Same way, another one is related to which teaches children emotion regulation skills, managing their frustration, and also gives the some data on HRV. Virtual reality, it's an interactive computer-generated experience. As you know, it can be used using variety of devices. In the mental health context, it has been used for exposure therapy, especially for the fears, anxiety, etc. And mostly studied with adults. In one of the study which was used as an adjunct to therapy, not separately, teenagers were had therapists as well as this program, ProReal, where they found that it helped them to express themselves and express their feelings and thoughts, and it also facilitated therapeutic change for them. Smartphone apps we all know about. It is thousands of them are present at any point of time for changing mood or teaching relaxation. Most of them are actually not tested, evaluated, or sometimes many of them are not even have a very good theoretical background. On the other hand, those which are done based on research, good research, many times are not able to go beyond the publication part of it. So the problem is that there's not enough funding to continue it for a long-term period. And therefore, there is less research, and some review actually show that after a point, people drop out or not everyone uses it. So there's limited evidence of effectiveness. Although there is a benefits related to that, the people do notice that it leads to anonymity. They can quietly and anonymously access support. It is private, there is an access to it. But on the other hand, people also have concerns about whether how trustworthy it is, how much of their data is secure. Coming to online peer support, so there is various ways of reaching out to peer group and who can support in similar problems. And earlier, it was just an offline thing. Now online, on internet, there are various communities, message boards, groups, and forums are present. One can actually, when it is used for mental health, people can access information, advice, emotional support, and that can help in improving their mental health and well-being, because it helps people not to feel isolated and alone in their problem. So it can also help people to exchange knowledge and get a better idea about the coping skills. On the other hand, sometimes people can be attacked in these forums. It can lead to more of harmful ideas. So therefore, it's important to have some experts around who can moderate the content of these programs. online counseling, which has now increased in like several times by in COVID duration. So here a qualified counselor is there, and a patient or the user is there who is connecting together either in synchronous manner like online chat or video based call, or asynchronous through emails or like messaging services where someone can respond at their own convenience. There are also online trained listeners who are available, who are not like the therapists as such, but they are at least still giving the space for listening and expressing one's concern. There has been earlier a lot of concerns about whether it can lead to a good relationship, because therapy continues and like a lot of changes happen because of the relationship between the therapist and the client, and whether it is possible or not, but studies are showing that like it can lead to moderate level of quality of relationship, and there can be many ways to improve this quality. And these services have become like more prevalent during the COVID times. Apart from that, it's important to also mention computer-based cognitive trainings, for example, for working memory, for cognitive bias, attention, etc., are also available. So in overall, my take-home message is like the interaction of human emotions and technology will continue. There are both positive and negative effects which are possible. Like this reminds me of this major issue which had happened with Facebook, which had tried to manipulate users' emotions many years back, and there was like a lot of backlash which had happened after that. So there are many ways to use it for human welfare, and this can continue evolving with newer technology. There's a lot of need for work in the Indian context. Thank you. I'll end here, and if there's time for any questions.
Thank you, yes, ma'am. We will open now for the questions. So, audience, I would request you guys, if you're having any question regarding the presentation, you can ask now.
We had one question in chat box, then I'll go for my question.
There is one question, ma'am, from Dr. Rohit sir from C-DAC Delhi.
Yeah, I just read it. So yes, exercise also affects normal emotions. It can lead people to feel like there are different hormones which are triggered in the body and can make people feel very happy, exhilarated, excited. In fact, there is something called runner's high, which is there people feel very happy when they run. So in fact, there is another aspect to it, that postures which are associated with emotions, and yogic postures are also associated with certain emotions. So for example, when they use this outward focus postures where the body is opened up, that leads to heightened of energy. On the other hand, there are postures which brings a body closer to other parts of the body, which is closing of the body. In fact, those kind of postures are supposed to lead to more relaxed kind of feeling. So yes, variety of exercises are also associated with different emotions. I see there's a question about how and what kind of application using AR, VR can bring happiness to people. So this is a interesting way to look into it. Many different possibilities are there. So all the things which are can be done a positive intervention for in person can also be, many of them can be translated into online version. So for example, relaxation or meditation, a lot of apps are there which are shifting it. There are recently some studies which are looking at also on virtual reality. So as I already mentioned that it can decrease the anxiety or not, but it can also lead to feeling more relaxed, calm, etc. So there are a lot of possibilities. We are also doing one study based on online well-being improvement based on yoga psychology currently.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There is not enough time now, but my question is about deception detection. This is somewhere very much similar to your talk which you have given on multimodal aspects. I think I should connect you offline because I needed to understand many things from you on that topic. So
sure, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so Thank you, ma'am, for your speech, and it's a very wonderful speech that we have like explore many things, and thanks for the very knowledgeable session. Um, now we do have our second speaker, that is Mr. Arvindo from from IIT Kharagpur. So actually, Arvindo sir has
Professor
presented
Arvindo.
yesterday too.
Professor Arvindo, not Mr. Arvindo.
Sorry, Professor Arvindo sir. So he has represented many things yesterday, and due to the the lack of time, he has not able to complete. And it was very interactive and a wonderful session. So our team approach sir one more time and requested to present the things today again. So we do have Professor Arvindo sir. I would like to give you little bit the brief description about those who are new today for the stations, right? So Dr. Arvindo sir having a 30 year of experience in a teaching, research, consultancy, and product development. The primary focus of Arvindo sir is in a research is to develop fast and accurate algorithms for signal detection, classification, information retrieval, and then implementation on portable platform. Many of the lab model were converted to product prototype. The major research interests are in the area of human monitoring and machine diagnostics and prognostics. He has also founded five startup companies to launch a various product. One of his startup is connected to organic cow-based farming in a rural area. So thanks a lot, Arvind sir, for joining us today again and providing a session. So I will hand over to you now, and you can start the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had just a ritual, so I am out of it. So I didn't have time to actually have a formal dress. So I'm sorry about that. So I am wearing this.
No, sir, it looks very nice on you.
Yeah. Thank you. So I was presenting about various aspects of human monitoring. For example, we started with cognition, then we went to sleep, then attention. I think we covered these few things, but there are many things which I did not present. So I shall be presenting them in a very in a nutshell. Let me share the screen first, and then also show you some videos so that you guys will appreciate it. So just a minute, you give me a minute for that. So is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
My screen,
it's visible.
my screen
Yes,
is
sir.
visible. So now I shall share. Okay, so this YouTube link, is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible right now.
Yeah. All of you, please have a look at this. So I will. This is our product which we launched called Sleep-Doc. So you have seen this, which we developed over, it took some time and finally brought out the product. But as I said yesterday, those who were attentive, we made it a wrong decision to make it a product from B to C. That means to find out the individual customers. We launched it in crowdfunding websites, but we could not succeed. So that was a failure. So then we moved on to, so in the meantime, Government of India launched a project through B4U. They wanted to do something with the old age homes of Banaras. So we went there. So that was our second system, which we built, conceptualized idea code for build also. So that is called OASIS. So the full form of OASIS is Old Age Support Integrated Services. OASIS, OASIS. So I'm going to give you a demo for that also. So just 1 minute. So OASIS, that is OASIS, so which is called Old Age Support Integrated Systems.
वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय तथा शरीराणि and death is being more vulnerable and body becoming weaker. We gradually reach our old age. It is believed that if a person dies in Varanasi on the cremation pyre for the centuries, they prefer to spend the rest. From this reason,
so this is the old age home we took up at Varanasi. It was by a Sulabh organization who has actually there are many old age homes in Varanasi, and one of them is by Sulabh, which is housing women. So we went there. What was your aim? I will tell you. Just look at a video. I'll quickly go through.
Due to first changing socio-economic, different cities or countries are left behind to survive of time. The elderly population is increasing, thus giving the need to a proper defined system for taking care of them. In order to address the problem of the old age, here at IIT Kharagpur, we formed a research team. This is an initiative to develop a complete system to take care of the psychological as well as physiological disorders that often happen during old age. What we realized is, with no one around to share feelings and or to express to the day-to-day problems, the mental agony that they are already facing aggravates. Senior citizens are gradually getting into a depressive phase of loneliness and helplessness. Our research team dedicated to work with this problem is called the Old Age Support Integrated Services, in one word, OASIS. To begin with, we identified what are the actual problem areas that require attention, and prioritizing those areas, we started formulating solution for the same. We conceptualized OASIS as an integrated service for the elderly segment. The existing players are presently catering to a single aspect, thus leaving behind a vacuum on the other side. Our aim is to position OASIS in such a way so as it can be bridging the existing gap, and we make sure that it touches all the aspects.
So you saw the problems with old age. What is the technological intervention? Because there are a lot of socio-economic concepts and aspects of old age, and nowadays the population increasing, and if the government wants single child, you know, we are 4 brothers, 2 sisters. I am very proud of it. I don't mean anything, but I have only one single girl child living in USA. So when I grow old, of course I'm old now. When I grow older, and you know, she will not be able to attend to me because of job pressure. Everybody has the same problem. So now every individual home is a old age home. Only the parents living alone, and the kids are living away. Not that they want to do it, but because of the work pressure, etc. And parents also cannot come. So there are a lot of social issues, economical issues, professional issues. So our aim was to not only address the old age problems at Varanasi, on the old age problem at large. So we brought up some devices 5-6 years back. Now the devices are also little available. So these devices, I'm just going to share with you those devices which you have built here. So these devices for old age homes, it is basically a kiosk. And for individual inside the old age home, sometimes, just a minute, give me a second. Yes, here it is. So inside the old age home, sometimes the people live alone. And if something happens to them, nobody knows. So that means inside the room, you have to monitor somebody. What is happening? So it is called human activity monitoring. Sometimes inside the room, that guy has fallen down. Inside a toilet, that guy has fallen down, and he's not able to get up. That is one problem. So that is called human activity monitoring, including fall detection, any respiratory problems, everything. That is number one problem, and you have to do it non-invasively. You cannot make an old man to wear a watch or something and sleep. It is not possible. So anything you want to intervene, that is a problem. So you have to do it in a non-invasive way. So we developed a solution for that. Then number two, when the people are coming to a congregation like a TV room or somewhere they want to have lunch or dinner, some people who can come, they can also go and sit near a kiosk. In the kiosk, they can play some games. So during playing games, we can record a lot of parameters non-invasively, and we can also report for the health. So that is a kiosk. So these are the two solutions we found out. And also we asked them to wear a button here on the pajama. So we tried to develop a small button. So that means in that pajama, if it is there, we can track that person. At this, that means you can do a geofencing automatically. So GPS will be there. And also same time, you can also find out if this guy has gone out of the somewhere. You know, sometimes these old age people have got schizophrenia, they forget. So once they go out, they don't know how to return. Many people have lost their ways. They could not come back to home. So that was one button. And the third thing which you suggested was a small radar. I also presented yesterday. I don't know. So in this radar, Doppler radar, it's a little powerful one. It can find out the activities of somebody inside a bathroom or inside a room. So this was the solution, integrated solution. So this is the thing which you have just presented. We have lots of old age homes and the population is growing and it's a big problem. You know, in US, people talk about people are young, but they never saw what happens to their old age homes. People are generally not happy, though they have all the facilities, because old people wants to stay with young people. That's why Indian family system, where you have got this pota, poti, nana, nani, all these bondage was very important. But that is lost. So you cannot put old people together. They don't like each other. We have been in BHU and we went to Banaras, various old age, they fight each other continuously. So they don't like each other, because once you go old, you become like a kid. So you need some personal attention. At the same time, you need to have kids with you. So there is a plan in Banaras that they want to connect these old age home with schools, and they have interactive sessions, and there are a lot of other plans. So therefore, you know, all these problems, there are a lot of health risks, etc. You have to be monitored constantly. Also the family, the old people who are there in the old age home, they have also family. They sometimes go there and leave, again come back, because there is nobody in the home to look after. So nowadays, very sophisticated old ages are coming up, old age homes are coming up. In Kolkata, I know in the new town, there is a sophisticated old age home coming up. You can book there, everything is instrumented, you have everything there. In Pune, there is also a similar home coming up. So they are all instrumented and equipped with technology. So if you look at this, so finally we came to this kind of system, which is, we call it Oasis. This Oasis, there will be devices, they will send data to the cloud. There will be kiosks, which will also send to the data to the cloud. There will be historical data. Some doctor or your stakeholders will be able to log in and know the health of an individual. They can also get alert messages. So this was the system we called Oasis. So I'm coming down to this is the cloud architecture, etc. So everybody will be connected, like a physician will be connected. There will be individuals, that is donors and stakeholders, like the people from family, they will be all connected to the Oasis along with the old person. So this is one, you see, button. We call it fall sensor, fall button, the top one. So we built this, and there is a device which is just like a wearable. This wearable is now available. iWatch and other watches are available. This we built about 7-8 years back. And this is a button which is, we call it fall button. If you put it on the pajama, it will find out your geolocation. At the same time, it will also tell you what is happening to you. If you are falling down, or you are actually okay, you are walking, or you are sleeping, everything will be known from these two. But these are two wearables. You have to wear it all the time. Then we have this Oasis I just told you. So then I'll tell you, there are more devices which is not listed here. There are more devices like a kiosk here. And there is a device called fall sensor, radar-based fall sensor, which I have not discussed here. I will discuss in some other slide. So this concept is known as Oasis, Old Age Support Integrated Services. It's an information system with a lot of sensors over cloud, where the primary individual is the old person who is living, so, and his family members and the old age home. They have to register on it. So we'll put sensors there, and continuously the data will be streamed in and monitored. And so these are some of the devices called health monitors, which are wearable sleep switches, kiosks, etc., which will be there, which will continuously stream data to the cloud. So this is one thing which I wanted to share. Before I move to the next, any questions you have? Yes, of course. The non-invasive, this is epileptic, you can use. Of course, you can use. With epilepsy, there is a change in heart rate variability, and we can report, it is possible, yes. But let me tell you, there are certain problems with the product development. So let me tell you that story. So when I when I asked the students of my class, because I do product development, so I try to encourage that you guys also do that. So my first question is whether you have gotten an opportunity to build a product. You have two choices. Choice number one is to build a very good wheelchair for a disabled person. Choice number two is to build a very good entertainment device for the young people. Which one will build? What will be the answer? Anybody can type the answer. You are a product development company, startup. You have the choice to build two things: a very sophisticated wheelchair for an individual who is disabled, and a good entertainment device for an individual, society, or maybe some youngsters. So which one you will build first? Should I ask questions or something? I don't know. Yes, anybody can answer this.
Yes, sir, you can.
I think, sir, the which is more useful for whichever is covering the lots of masses. So that would be the priority.
Exactly. You have to go for commerce. Wheelchair people, who is going to buy? So your startup will not see the light of the day. When you become famous like Tata, Birla, etc., you can build wheelchairs. But at the beginning, you have to make your product commercialized, make profit. So therefore, as you said properly, the epilepsy thing, which was to ask questions, why we did not build? Because there is not a demand. If there is a demand, we'll definitely do it. It's a good thing for doing wheelchair, but who will give you money? So if government gives money as a, there are different funds, that's fine, you can build it. If you want to get business profit, you cannot just build a wheelchair. So that's a sad thing, but this is a reality. This is a sad reality of startups. So that is what was the question. So anyway, so now I'm moving to something else. So I discussed about, did I discuss about, yeah.
Sir, we have another session at 3:20 by Dr. Arpan Banerjee, and he has to dot finish at 4 o'clock. So still we have some time, sir. So he would be starting the session at 3:20, sir.
No problem. So I am going to go to the next presentation. This is my pet subject.
Sir.
So I am going to present it to you guys. So there are a lot of work which I have done on EEG. I don't want to really get into the details because that will take long time. But this I will finish very quickly. So this is an intervention technique, meditation. That is guided relaxation technique, you can say. You can, but I don't mean to make it sound a little bit of, yeah. So this is what we did a lot of work. This is called, is it visible? This slide is visible to you?
Yes, sir.
The slide is visible. So I'll just work on, so this is to give you an idea about what we do with EEG. So this is deciphering the effects of Indian traditional meditation methods using a signal process perspective. So you can see this meditation, is connected to breath. So this is already known to people. So when you do proper breathing, you can control your mind and you can do a lot of things. So these are some of the things which have been already told by old traditional things. Breath control is self-control, you can say. So there is a sloka called Chale Bhate Chale Chitang Nischale Nischalangva. This is a very nice thing. So meditation is a practice according to the modern scientific term, meditation is something to do with the mind. But if you look at the old Indian connotation, meditation is actually the dissolution of mind. But if you look at the modern scientific thinks meditation is something to control the mind. But if you go to Indian traditional teaching, in meditation is reducing the thought process by some special breathing. So we considered lots of techniques. So, so these are some of the old texts which we have read to find out. So finally, there are two ways of meditation. One is by breathing, one is by chanting. So these are the two ways you can achieve that. So we call it the state of meditation. So these are the three effects of meditation we want to study. Scientifically, meditation induces calmness. So if you look at this, it's corresponding to body, breath, and mind. So body calmness means the stillness of body. The finest part of body is your eye saccades, the saccading movement of eye, and blood flow patterns. These are the finest movement of body. Gestures, postures, eye saccades, neurotransmitters, muscular activity, blood flow through skin conductance, facial expression, etc. Then if you look at the breath, stillness of breath comes to balance, rhythm, breath pattern, heart rate, pulse rate, and voice pattern. This is associated with breath. Then mind has two aspects. One is the brain, where it resides. That is brain activity, wave, psychomotor response, cognition, effect, brain functional activity, etc. And behavioral pattern like perception, empathy, compassion, etc. So how to measure these three aspects while somebody is doing meditation or while somebody is doing some relaxation? So that was our challenge. We did experiment on at least 1,000 subjects, at least. But I will show you some results of few subjects now. So this has got also other connotations. It has effect on health and healing. Then it has effect on emotion, stress, and cognition. Then it has a lot of effects. And for that matter, there are a lot of research centers in the world. At least 29 of them at that time, maybe 5 years back, all over USA. They have been heavily funded by American government to work on the research in meditation. Different kinds of Vipassana, this is Buddhist meditation technique, mindfulness, then world meditation techniques. So there are a lot of centers. The big university has a center for meditation. So what we try to do here is, what is our advantage? Our advantage is subjects. We can get number of subjects, and we can also get subjects who has got faith. So we did some experiments on meditation without faith, meditation with faith. Suppose I love Lord Buddha. So if I love Buddha, if I do meditation on him, my meditation will be more effective than if I know belief at all. So in India, this is very easily available, which is not there in US. So you utilize this opportunity to do a mega experiment on 1,000 subjects, especially measuring everything. You can see gesture, posture, eye socket, neurotransmitters, where we analyze the saliva samples, then muscular activity, then thermal imaging, skin contact, facial expression, then EEG, then HRV, pulse oximetry, spirometry. So use all these channels. So using all these channels, we did it from control subjects and also the subjects who are undergoing meditation. So then we studied the alertness. The alertness is studied through about the EOG signals, as I said, electroocologram. Then we wanted to study this. We did not study actually, but it was a plan. We wanted to use hyperspectral imaging, which will give you a lot of radiations apart from the thermal, which people nowadays call aura. But we don't believe in aura unless we don't have hyperspectral image. So we did not do this experiment. But this was a very more important proposition at that time, which has not taken place so far, because you don't have a very low-cost hyperspectral camera available. So this slide is meaningless, but this is a good possibility. So we did this neurophysiology, neuroimaging techniques. So neurochemistry. So we did the saliva sample analysis for neurochemistry. Then now I shall show you some of the results. So these are the measures we have taken. As you can see, electroocologram, EEG, GSR, saliva samples, voice recordings, blood pressure, thermal images. Then parameters you measured: eye socket, brain active conductivity, skin conductance, neurotransmitters, speech intensity of the voice, breath rate, speech breathing. We call it speech breathing. Then blood pressure, all these things. So this is how we did the experiment. So first the subject comes. There are psychological screeners. Then there is a baseline checklist for 2 minutes. Then there is an EEG, EOG setup where you do 20 minutes of recording. Then there is resting for 5 minutes. Then there is a cognitive task, as I said yesterday, stoop tasks, etc. They do these 5 motor tasks. Then there is resting for 3 minutes. While doing 3 minutes, we do physiological measures. Then there is chanting. You can chant anything. So then there is a guided meditation for 8 minutes. then again chanting, then resting. Then while resting, they will take the physiological measures, then cognitive start again, then resting, then EEG disconnections, closure checklist. So this is how the experiment has been done. So we have done experiment on many subjects. So one of the major finding is the alertness. Alertness means you are very alert to drive a car. So when you get up in the morning, after a full night's sleep, how do you feel? You feel very alert, very fresh. If you drive, there will not be much mistakes. Whatever you do after getting up, after a good night's sleep, you can do a lot of things effectively. The same thing we found by after 10 minutes of relaxation. We did it on Indian as well as Western subjects who came to India for some other work. So we did the experiment on them. We made them wear like the picture which you see here. We made them wear caps, etc. We did all this. So if you look at this particular picture, one result here I'm showing. This is red is post-meditation, blue is pre-meditation. The peak saccadic velocity increased invariably in every case. That means all the subjects, these 32 subjects are shown here. All the subjects which did this meditation, their saccadic velocity increased means their alertness increased. And the other case where there are control groups, there is no such change. So this is a clear-cut proof that after meditation, your alertness level increases. So we did source localization. So I don't have video here. Actually, I am showing a PDF. So what we found, the connectivity of the brain by doing some connectivity analysis. Because EEG analysis you can do at the surface by using frequency analysis, but that's not a good analysis. You should do connectivity. That means you should have an inversion. This is called EEG inversion, inverse modeling. And you should find out the connectivity and activation of different areas of the brain. So during meditation, we found a special characteristic activation, which I don't have the video, but I could show you some other time. So this connection, what happens, the connection, the EEG signals became more coherent. That means the connectivity increased. If two signals are coherent, that means two nodes, that means the connectivity increased. So some areas, the connectivity increased. Then there are brain connectivities. These are the brain connectivity measure. There are ways to do brain connectivity by multivariate coherence. So we can find for meditators, this is the pattern which you saw in different bands, and this is for non-meditators. So there is a clear-cut difference between the connectivity. So I think we did a lot of research. We have a large team. So there are a lot of other research which has been reported in the literature. So I am not taking much time. So now I'll stop because we have 4 or 5 minutes to take some questions. Please ask some questions.
Okay, audience, this forum is open for the questions. We can ask the question now.
Because yesterday I did not show the validation. These are because we did a lot of work on EEG, because all these things has to be validated with a standard signal. So that is your EEG. So for alertness, sleep, meditation, unless you validate with EEG, nobody is going to accept it. So we did it. So that's why I presented this today.
Papa, one question is there in chat box.
There is a question? Yeah, I cannot.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there is a question.
Okay. Sir, can you measure how joyful an individual being is? Kindly advise will this link? Yes. So this is a good one. So we are doing now 2 experiments. One experiment is on emotion regulation. One is emotion contagion. So emotion contagion is transmitting the same emotion from one to other. So we can do it non-invasively by using thermal imaging. This is a very good question. Thermal imaging can give you a very good pattern of blood flow, but we should know whether there is a reason to be happy. So therefore you show some kind of video to somebody. So whenever there is a case of happiness, that gets transmitted. We call it contagion. So in the contagion, the other fellow becomes happy. So we measure it by thermal videos. It is possible.
Okay, sir. So there is one more question from Anil. Sorry, no. Okay, the hand raise is down right now. Guys, is there any else question, please? Okay, so there is no more question from the audience right now. Ma'am, do you have any question?
I had one question. Sir, this is not very, may not be a technical question. My question is a bit different, kind of I know there would be a difference between the brain and the mind. So what I understood as of now is the many of the things we are working on the brain and the signal and that part cognition, behavioral analysis, attention. I think mind is something different, which is at some another depth. So how
Right.
would be able to proceed with that thing? Are we?
Yeah, so
Will
we
do
have
something?
some assumption. Actually, we are engineers, so we take inputs from psychologists. They said the engineers, you can do best on brain and behavior. You can't do much about mind, because mind is a very complex thing. Nobody has understood mind. Yogis are doing meditation to understand mind. So forget about it. They said you have to define mind with respect to a specific behavior. So behavior means our internal arousal of certain things, like emotion is one of them, aggression is one of them. So either from the state or a behavior. So we have three things. One is the state. That's kind of facial expression, for example. So then a sequence of expressions. Then there is a sequence of expression repeating every time you take the experiment. So that is, so present behavior, there will be a mood, then there will be a trait. So the psychologist advises our team, they said that you guys can do with respect to emotion. Suppose you want to find somebody to be depressed. So what could be, how you are going to test it? So this guy will go to a psychiatrist. I can give you best the speech samples. So the interactive speech. So they give us the audio. From the audio, we are trying to do two things. One is the tone. Tone means the prosody or the analysis of the speech parameters as it is, independent of the context. That means independent of the words. So from this, there are standard measures to measure the emotion. But whenever there is a real expression of emotion, it is not a clear-cut one emotion. It will be mixed emotion. It will be mixed emotion, like happy, sad, disgust. So you have to find out the mixed emotion, number one. Number two, if you supplement with the word, suppose I give you a speech to text converter. So if you put this word together with this speech, can you be better? Can you tell me that this guy is jumping from this emotion to this emotion to this emotion to this emotion? And from this behavior, if you give me, I am a psychologist or psychiatrist, I can figure out whether this guy is on the path of negative emotion or path of positive emotion. So we can give you these signals. But as you said, we don't know what is mind, frankly speaking. I can say some assumption based on my other readings, but that may not be right. I'm trained to do signal processing. So I shall give you mind behavior on with respect to brain, or at best a psychomotor test, which you can write as a software and give you a score as a statistician.
Thank you, sir. So thank you. A very insightful session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind session and informative session. Thanks a lot, sir, for presenting. Due to the limited time and the time constraint, I need to move forward to our one more guest for today for in the speaker. But anyway, sir, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Okay, audience, we do have a second speaker for the today's session. That is Dr. Apan Banerjee, sir. Apan Banerjee, sir, is a working as a professor in the area of network neuroscience, where his lab tries to understand the human cognitive using the behavior, brain imaging, and the computational tools. He has published in several leading journals and currently serves in the editorial board of NeuroImage, Frontiers in computational neuroscience. He received his PhD from Center for Complex Systems and Brain Science from Florida Atlantic University, Masters in Physics from the also he has completed Masters in Physics from the Pune University and a BSc in Physics again from the Presidency College, Kolkata. He is currently the convener of an international ISO committee for standardization of a brain-machine interface. I welcome Arpan Banerjee, sir, in his today's interactive session to present your presentation. Welcome, sir. Hand over to you, sir. You can start your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Hello, thanks for the kind introduction, and I would like to thank all of the team. I think Dr. Priyanka for sending me invitation to be a participant in this meeting. And I think the previous speaker talked about brain connectivity, and this is something I'm going to talk about today, a lot more about brain connectivity. So I'll try to share my slide and let's see if this works. See, share. This is on this one. Okay, so one of the things that, some of the questions also came up in that area that, how do you, for example, understand very complex cognitive faculties of the brain, such as emotion, such as, attention and all these things at a very sort of subject level, at an individual level. So a lot of the work that we have done in the past few years in the lab is trying to understand this, the variability of our different kind of performance in cognition or perception kind of task, and how does the brain structure and function or rather how the brain structure leads to that kind of, variability in performance. So, and recently we have gone on from developing a lot of these insights from the healthy brain. And now we actually talk about from the insights we have gathered on the healthy brain, we are trying to venture into the domain of the disease brain, where we kind of develop this understanding of the brain structure. And the brain structure, as when you see the brain structure as not really in an individual brain area, but if you see them as like, that stick and ball kind of picture that was shown earlier in the EEG, if you think about the brain as an entire network, so we call that entire network as a connectome, being that the brain is connected. It's like it doesn't exist in parts, but it is something, a completely connected system. So when you have a connected system or a connected, very densely connected network, it generates a lot of complex behaviors. And some of the challenges in understanding, these things that such as we talked about in the last lecture, for example, the mind, the reason it is so complex to understand the mind is because it is coming out as an offshoot of a very connected system. So a very connected system, which is showing highly nonlinear behavior, kind of generates these very complicated sort of situations which we in terms of call mind. And and this is something that not only one discipline, but it needs a cooperation between multiple disciplines: biologists, psychologists, physiologists, engineers, physicists, the entire medical doctors. Yeah. So it requires participation and cooperation of across this diverse discipline to really understand this complexity. And I hope to give you a flavor of how some of these, by making somehow this cooperation, we can understand this system in a better way. So the talk is divided into three parts. I'm going to talk about the multi-scale nature of brain organization, why the complex behavior arises, or why the behaviors are so complex that is, being performed by our nervous system. Second, I am going to talk about some of the works that we have developed in understanding this complexity. So the way to understand complexity from the perspective of physics, or as mentioned in my introduction, that I came from a physics background. So I take a look that we can explain a lot of complexity of the real world through toy models. That's what a physicist does. So we developed toy models. We developed and these the toy models, which are very quantitative, and somehow we can simulate some of these very simplistic, in a simplistic way, of the network, that some of these complex behaviors. Okay, so that becomes then a model. My toy simulation or the model becomes a model of the behavior itself. And this kind of understanding is very important, because some of the experiments, you cannot do certain kind of experiments with humans which you can do with animals, for example. So this model models essentially let us go to somewhere where we cannot otherwise do by traditional animal research or animal biology research, right? And the third part is when once we develop these models, and hope you get convinced with the models that we develop, how can we come back to talk about, diseases of neural function? Okay, so so this is a picture I usually present in a lot of my talks, and it is this figure I took from a paper by Richard Frackoyak and Henry Markram, and it showcases the complexity of the brain structure and function. On left hand side, you see the structural complexity where you go from the proteins which are there within the cells, maybe the nucleus of the cells, to the chromosomes and the synapses, and then the whole nerve cell itself, and how it builds slowly this what we know as a brain area, which are these 1,000 kind of cells which are probably getting into participating in a particular function together, right? And all the way the complexity where we talk about my hands and legs and all that, fingers. So all that sort of structures have different spatial scales, from the spatial scales of nanometers to all the way to meters. Which, if you take the whole human body, for example, and on the other hand, you have the functional scale where the protein dynamics unfolds in a very quick time scale. So in the scale of picoseconds to all the way to the changes in our reaction time accuracy, which happens during healthy aging, for example, happens in the course of several years. So you have from picoseconds to sort of, several years of functional scale, the time scale, and which is being supported by the spatial scale, which is again very diverse. And some of these interesting parts, I mean, typically when we talk about molecular neuroscience, systems neuroscience, and cognitive neuroscience, I mean, each one of these subdomains of neuroscience itself kind of traverse these particular scales, and sometimes these scales also overlap. I mean, these scales don't really have a perfect boundary, like you cannot really separate the systems and molecular scale, but they do actually overlap, and that leads to a different level of complexity. So I would like to state here that, one of the ways to understand some of the very elemental complexity of the nervous system would be to understand how these scales itself interact. How can you sort of connect something like which is happening at a very cellular level to all the way at a very network level? So for example, change of neurotransmitter, how it goes from one neurotransmitter between one cell to other across the network. It actually, how does it affect the entire network? So some of the research that I am going to show you today and have implications for is going to tackle this complexity. And what does this kind of complexity or multi-scale interaction leads to? So one of the things it leads to is this intersubject variability. For example, we have the same kind of, probably similar number of neurons in everybody's brain, similar number of muscles, similar number of bones. I mean, we all have, I think, these 206 bones or something, right? Yet when you look at a performance, some people are just so better than a lot of other people. So how do these kind of highly variable, complex behavior sort of change across people? But if you think about, not all the behavioral performance are variable. Some of the performance which are genetically controlled, for example, if you look at reproduction, for example, right, when a child is born, it just is born at the 9th month. I mean, there is some variation, yes, but more or less there are certain set of processes the embryo follows which are very precise. We don't see that kind of precision when we talk about human behavior, particularly because they are highly variable. So the reason that kind of variability comes from is some of the reason is that these multi-scale interactions are very sort of dense, or they are kind of intense in this kind of when we talk about human perception and cognition. So this is something that, as we see, we can learn, and as you have the previous speaker have shown, one way to understand understand this kind of complexity is to record human beings when they are doing this kind of, perceptual task, or maybe emotion task, or social cognition task. And if you can image their brain via different kind of technologies, which we have, such as the ones we use in the lab are MRI, MEG, and EEG. These measure different aspects of the brain dynamics. For example, EEG and MEG can measure sort of, at a very fast scale, what is going on, the oscillatory features of the neural dynamics, how the neurons, or groups of rather neurons behave, versus the MRI, which gives us a very good spatial resolution. So I can know exactly what is going on in a particular region of the brain, but I lose this kind of temporal precision. So they are actually measuring the blood oxygenation level. So whenever there is a very robust temporal activity of the brain, that kind of impacts a particular brain area at a very long time scale. So something which you are actually, your speed of thought may be in the order of millisecond, but if you take into account like a lot of seconds, that you can image via the MRI. And in tandem, what you can study are some kind of, sensory motor tasks or reaction, where you can measure reaction times. You can do some measurements of accuracy. You can do subjective reports of perception. And you can do all sorts of cognitive battery, emotional scores, IQ, all kind of measurements you can do. And then you can correlate them with your sort of, the neural measurements that you observe of brain function. Now, the data itself has different complexity. So you can go from all the way. So if you are an animal researcher, you would measure single neurons, which has some kind of, this activity, which are the spikes we call of the action potentials. These are zeros and one, and we believe a lot of information is stored as a frequency of these spikes, all the way to LFP, which means it's a local field activity, which are generated by thousands of these guys, of these cells together when they fire, and they kind of generate some kind of impact, or the current they actually have in the dendrites, they actually get summed up and generate an extracellular change in voltage. And this is what you measure. And sort of the same thing you measure with EEG, it's just that the scale of summation changes humongously. So from thousands of neurons here, in the EEG, you have tens and thousands of neurons, 10,000 of 20,000, or I don't know, 1 lakh neurons together. You are actually estimating. So you are not really estimating an activity of one neuron. And when you go to the MRI, as you see that the time series themselves are very low frequency. So they actually have like kind of looks like this, unlike something very oscillatory. I mean, these are also oscillations, but in a much lower frequency range. So this one challenge is that we have to bridge, and we talk about this multiple scale, is that this is happening in a different scale. Again, this is, as you can see, even though the activity between these two looks very similar, but they are actually unfolding at two different spatial scales altogether. So how do we bridge this? That is the question that sort of, we can ask. And one way that, I propose to bridge this is using the elements of computation. And here, what I call is this approach is using a computational microscope. Unlike a biologist who use like, a microscope with set of optics, we use a computer model, which actually allows us to uncover a lot of these underlying mechanisms, which you cannot directly see. So if you don't use it, so each of these scales kind of behavior will be like observing, like, this kind of some of the, I mean, this is a famous sort of, this anecdote from Jataka tales or the Upanishads also. I mean, in all religions has this kind of similar version of the story, that if you have this blind male looking at an elephant, they will give you different kind of story about the elephant. They will tell the elephant is like a big octopus if you are looking at the trunk, versus something like a giant rod, which is kind of, if you look at the teeth, if you look at the sort of the stomach, that will be different representations. But what they will, unless you actually put the information together, you would miss the complete whole, the elephant. And the elephant in this room today is this multi-scale interactions that you see in the structure and function. So how do we generally bridge this? So for the purpose of today's talk, the way approach I will take, so typically we look at the healthy brain, or we see some empirical observations on the healthy brain, and we make a hypothesis of how a particular brain area interaction. For example, again, we saw those sticks and balls kind of diagrams from the EEG in the last speaker slides, and how some of these connections are impacting the healthy brain, are important for maintaining the healthy brain function. And we devised some sort of model, very detailed biophysically realistic models, computer simulations of how the brain works. And we make a prediction that this connection goes wrong, you will have a certain kind of disease condition. So we do that, and we generate this kind of predicted kind of activity of the brain, and you can do it in these different domains, EEG, MEG, and fMRI. And then you can also, for validation, have this matching with directly the data of the disease brain. And once you match your sort of, empirical data of the disease brain with your prediction, then you can get a good fit. So the macroscope, and this approach has been done in a sense, like, from the time, Golgi and Ramanika Hall had identified that neurons, a particular nerve cell, are the functional units of computation or the information processing that happens in the brain. So for example, what is information processing for the nervous system? So imagine a situation like a circuit, right? A particular computer or electronic circuit will have some diodes and tetrodes, or maybe some logic gates, which are these elemental functional units of computation or information processing. Similarly, in the brain, the neuron is kind of that functional unit. So how many neurons you connect, what are the complex ways that you connect, gives you this kind of logic gates, and how you can make this, like, a very detailed structure. You can make it as deep as a perceptron or whatever, deep neural network and all that. So the point is, but the functional element itself, one unit is this one neuron. Similarly, you can once you have a model of a neuron, you can build over that entire model of this very deep neural network that you are interested in. So one of the first works on this kind of modeling was done by, this is a Nobel Prize winning work by Hodgkin Huxley. And it's a model which has a 4-dimensional differential equation, which is a nonlinear system, because you have variables. This membrane voltage is non-linearly, so it's not the dV/dt is dependent on terms such as V squared through these kind of terms here that you see. So for example, these alphas are actually sort of complex functions of V. These are some exponential, and there is an enormous amount of non-linearity. For example, and this is a linear term here, which is dependent only on the V. So this non-linearity gives you a lot of rich complex behaviors. And that's a whole the domain of nonlinear dynamics, which deals with how to study this kind of behaviors. So from a very complex model of one neuron, we can arrive, people later obtained how sort of, how populations of neuron will behave. For example, if you group excitatory and inhibitory neurons, for example, what is an excitatory and inhibitory neuron? So each brain area is thought to have some neurons which get excited, and which means increase their action potential firing. Also some neurons which get sort of, inhibited, because there is always a mix of excitation and inhibition, a push and pull, so that everything is in balance. So there is a homeostasis in the brain, right? So people have modeled the activity of excitatory and inhibitory neural populations. So this was done in 1972. And somehow, if we can relate these models via kind of a structural approach, once we image the structural networks, such as you can do these beautiful pictures from the MRI, so where you can look at different brain area connection between different brain areas, you can actually measure the track, the length of these tracks, the thickness of these tracks, basically how these two kind of given brain areas are connected between each other. And you embed this kind of equations, this kind of complexity in those kind of nodes, and you are able to generate these kind of very complex behaviors, which are mimicking the real world sort of, EEG or fMRI data. And this is something that we do in the lab. And then, of course, the goal would be to measure and look at the correlations with other reaction times, accuracy, and all these kind of measures. So, so the way when we build up this model, so this is called this whole brain modeling approach. And our lab had been at the forefront of developing some of these techniques. So typically you get the structural data from MRI, you do these tractography measures, you put them in a brain atlas, and you can make this sort of, ball and sticks kind of structure of this is a structural network, unlike the functional network I earlier shown. So where each connection actually are the lengths of real physical connectivity, and you embed, and what you can generate is the structural connectivity matrix. Now what you can do later, so on this, is that you can connect this structural connectivity matrix. You can think of this Cij here in this equation, which is, so this is an equation where inhibitory currents of a particular population is represented as IIE, and you have these connections from all these other areas impacting via this matrix Cij, which is the structural connectivity matrix, and you can generate something which is this functional connectivity matrix. And the functional connectivity matrix can be also directly estimated from the measurements of function, such as EEG and MEG, and you can constrain this. You can take a difference, or you can take a correlation, and you can sort of do a sort of a brute force trial and error method to fix your parameters of this model, which is this your microscope, this computational microscope, and sort of, you can get a better sense of what kind of models do explain this behavior. So this is something that we showed, that how in our lab showed that not only you can talk about the excitatory and inhibitory currents, like these are similar in structure to the Wilson-Cowan models, but we added this particular aspect to more equations in these models, which actually can model the dynamics, the synaptic dynamics, which is happening at a cellular level, to the underlying change in the concentration of the neurotransmitter. So for example, you might have heard about the neurotransmitters such as dopamine, which sort of, dopamine is controls our sort of, behavior, like, mental health. It also can also, if low amounts of dopamine can also get to your Parkinson disease. Similarly, serotonin, this is another kind of, sort of, drug that is given. This kind of neurotransmitter is externally driven by drugs, certain drugs. So all these all these concentrations of this neurotransmitter are changing in the synapse level. Now we can, if you can measure these levels of this neurotransmitter, you can directly fit it into our model. And the way typically this can be measured is an approach called magnetic resonance spectroscopy. It is based on the concepts of NMR in chemistry, the nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. You can use this method to image a particular metabolite in a particular brain area and fit our model. This is typically the approach that we take. Now, this is so far this is good. So remaining time, I have about probably 10-15 minutes. I will talk about how do we use this kind of models, these macroscopic brain models, to patient-specific kind of insights. So before we get there, as I said to you, that we would want to see that how the healthy brain, for example, can be explained. So one of the things about our healthy function is aging, right? So aging is, every human being goes through the process of aging. Now, why it is a complex problem? Because even though there is a physiological degradation of brain structures, such as your white matter tracts, which is the number of those fibers that I showed you earlier in that one of these pictures, those lovely little wires with different colors, which connects different regions of the brain. The thickness of them can increase, but actually the myelination in each individual fiber thickness can decrease, but overall there will be more fibers maybe over the age that you get integrated because of your development. So these things can happen. So this is something called, it is called this phenomena of synaptic scaling. So why so? For example, some of these connections develop as we age, as we train our brain to different kind of cognitive tasks. So as you know, clearly there is a retirement age for all these professional athletes. They can't perform beyond a certain age, right? The reason is because their delays of these are increasing. So the actual information propagation delays across these fibers increase. So our reaction time reaction time increases because of that. And however, what is important though, your ability to integrate, for example, our wisdom, so to speak, right? So, older, there is a saying that older and wiser. So why our integration capabilities or fluid intelligence or ability to integrate different pieces of information increase with age? So there is, one hand side, you have a very good preservation of basic functions such as intelligence, flexibility, and all that. On the other hand, your ability to perform something quickly diminishes. So this is something sort of the there is this whole notion of compensation that is coming from the structure that is actually allowing you to preserve or even getting better function that is there in the aging literature. So one way we kind of looked into this through our models was this. So we identified that what really happens in the function of the brain as we age. So in this case, this is actually a big data about 50 human subjects, the magnetoencephalography data that we took from Cambridge Aging Center through some collaborative agreement. And what we saw is that, as we go from sort of very elderly to younger age, there is a decrease as we go to an older age. So there is a decrease in frequency of a particular brain rhythm, which we call the alpha rhythm. This is the most dominant brain rhythm that you typically find. It occurs between 10 hertz. So meaning they are kind of sinusoidal oscillations around 8 to 10 hertz are actually decreasing in frequency in the brain. Now, this is kind of a little bit smaller effect if you see here when I look at it in this form, because I'm looking at other frequencies. But if I plot this in terms of years as a continuous variable, and I look at the frequency, how the peak alpha peak changes, you can clearly see there is a decrease in this peak as we age, right? Now, this is a very linear trend. However, what is interesting, for example, I think Professor Roy was actually showing us that there were some coherences he found out between different brain areas. So we also measured something like that, which is similar to the coherence. It's called this phase lag index. What it does is actually measures all these, takes up all the possible coherences that you can measure across the entire brain, these phase coherences, and takes the entire sum of this, entire vector sum of these phase coherences. And very interestingly, you can do that for each individual frequencies, from all the way from maybe some theta to all the way to gamma frequencies and all that, right? And what we found out, this phase coherence actually remains intact. So one hand side, the frequency is increasing. However, the communication at this phase, or the phase coherence at the top frequency, top alpha frequency, each person has a very specific alpha frequency at that. So the phase coherence there is intact across it. So something that is preserved. So we kind of postulated, so that is a hallmark of healthy aging. So it's like your wisdom, your ability to integrate, and your sort of general intelligence, that is not changing, and why it is not changing is because of this phase coherence is not changing across age, right? So now the question is, what kind of a model can support this? So we kind of took, for example, here, sort of, if you talk about oscillation, so, simple pendulum is one of the best model to talk about oscillation. So you imagine each brain area is like a simple pendulum, and it can be controlled via a phase, which is this variable here. And they can be connected via a structural connectivity parameter, which you can measure with your MRI, as well as the time delay. If you can measure, if you can measure the myelination in this brain fibers, so we can also embed those kind of parameters, these tissue parameters. So, and we kind of developed this model, and this data that sort of came, this DTI data allowed us to tune these two parameters, and then we kind of fitted this phase to identify what are these sort of regimes of why this phase coherence, why it is intact, why it is being intact. And we can generate this kind of very nice contours where we can show that the phase coherence can be kept intact, even though when you have myelination typically. So if your brain has sort of myelination degradation, so for example, this thickness of the myelin decreases, your information will take a longer time to go from here to here or from here to here. But what compensates that is the thickness of the fibers that also increases as you grow along with age. So that will take care of this sort of myelination to allow you to preserve your function, and that is possible via these contour lines, where if you look at this as you go along, these are the contour lines where phase coherences are preserved at different levels. So if you go kind of lower in conduction velocity, and you can increase the coupling, meaning you can scale the number of fibers that are be connected between different areas, and you can preserve this particular function. So these are very cool insights that your microscope that we have developed can give about the healthy brain. we can go a little further. Instead of using the model that I showed you, a very simplistic, simple pendulum model, that was, I mean, as toy model as sort of a physicist can imagine, right? So that's the simplest kind of model to a lot of different phenomena. If we use the more complicated model, which we kind of showed you earlier, which I showed you earlier, where we can take the neurotransmitter concentration and plot this inhibitory and excitatory currents, simulate the inhibitory excitatory currents. From those kind of models, we do, after some kind of mathematical gymnastics with some Bayesian sort of model inversion mechanism, we can estimate the GABA glutamate ratios as we go along with age. And what we find there is very interesting. Our excitatory neurotransmitter glutamate, we predict as we age healthily, it is changing, meaning it get decreased, the excitatory neurotransmitter. However, our inhibitory neurotransmitter GABA levels are not changing. And this is a very interesting finding. We didn't know when we what is the literature when we found this, the prediction. And when we went back and the literature and parsed it, and lo and behold, it kind of fitted this model. So the model has a very good predictive power, right, in some sense, to predict about what are the microscopic changes that happens associated with aging. Now, is this predictive power, can we take it further and take into particular disease and explain this predictive power? So in order to do that, we kind of took this data from one of our collaborators in France, so this is the work of my graduate student and this person, Pier Paolo Sorrentino. So what they did is that, they took the data from a disease called multiple sclerosis, where we looked at the control group and the patient group, where the control group are normal human beings of the same age. And these patients are patients of multiple sclerosis, which is a disease of neuroinflammatory disease, where your myelin is actually disturbed. There is an inflammation in the myelin. So these people, they start off with simple cognitive impairment, but slowly they degrade. So people are completely immobilized, okay, after like 2-3 years or 4 years of this disease. Once it is kind of an autoimmune disease to some degree. So one sort of very clear things, since it affects the myelin. So one kind of prediction would be that the delay is certainly increased in the brain, right, of information propagation, which is why their cognitive impairment is happening. So so we wanted to see if we can predict this kind of parameters, such as the delay increase in their neural level, using our model. So we took the data that these people gave us, so which is this MEG data, where we see again an alpha decrease in these people who had multiple sclerosis. However, interestingly, there was no frequency decrease as we see in healthy aging. What changes is the amplitude and the area under the curve here, in the spectral sort of density curve here that we are seeing. So we use again a different kind of model equation here, so which is called the Stewart-Landau oscillators. However, interestingly, it also has the similar parameters, the connectivity and the time delay, which are the key parameters of this model. And we follow the same approach. And what we could predict is that, again here, once we get to this velocity is sort of inverse to the time delay. So the time delay will be more if the velocity is less, right? So what we could predict is the conduction velocity in the patients with multiple sclerosis is very reduced, right? Hence the time delay is increased, which is as is the case. But remember, this is not in the very later stage of multiple sclerosis. So this is very early stage of multiple sclerosis, where clinicians have hard time diagnosing this actually effects of these patients. And sometimes the lesion, for example, where this inflammation starts, so the lesion load is used to kind of understand this disease. But what we showed that instead of using that, which can give you some counterintuitive sort of findings, for example, in some people who have a large sort of area of the brain kind of inflamed, but still they don't show any kind of cognitive deterioration. But on the other hand, if we use our model, the question that we ask, can it predict better this kind of cognitive impairment? And lo and behold, and this is something that we did, it's kind of a machine learning approach, where we can explain the variance of each one of these regressing variables, and we can show that the our way of methoding, our way of, estimating the conduction speed or the time delays is a better way to predict about the disease condition or the behavioral performance of this patient. So in a nutshell, so we can say that instead of the lesion load which physicians or the clinicians are used to, the ones that you are generating from your computational microscope are a better way to get insights about the disease as well. So I will not give in the interest of the time. We have some other results on actual human perception, where we can show that individual level perception of a particular illusion can also be controlled by this kind of, coherences, and these coherences can also be, this alpha coherence in this particular between these brain areas can be tracked out and actually be shown to be modeled using these underlying principles like this kind of large scale networks as I had developed. And so even there are certain scenarios of brain lateralization, such as in auditory processing. This can also be explained by these models. So this is kind of the end of my talk, and I would like to thank a lot of my collaborators here who sort of helped us develop this model. Dipanjan Roy, who is now in IIT Jodhpur, Anirban and Ilora in NBRC, with whom I have some models on neuroinflammation, and also several people, Abhijit Shane from IPR and Gustavo from Barcelona, Rosaline, with whom I have a Gates Foundation grant, Bina Koshi, who is actually giving us autism data, so the data from autistic children and children who are malnourished, who had very interesting brain development, and their brain data she has, and we are trying to model them as well currently. And also the clinician collaborators from AIIMS and locally from C. Bahadurgarh in Civil Hospital. And also the funders who have funded me over the years, such as Department of Biotechnology through Ramalinga Sami and IYBA grant, and also the flagship project on mental health. Also DST CRSRI for the postdoctoral fellows, and the SERBs for the postdoctoral fellow. And also currently we have this Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports grant, and a funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And thank you very much. That's it. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask me.
I think, sir, this is very important session is been for us, because many of the minute things which you have shown us, it was very important. I know you have to attend your another session.
No, actually that got cancelled yesterday, so I am
okay.
free.
Okay, that's perfectly fine, sir.
So if there is any question, I have time to take.
So there is one question in a chat box from Rohit, from Dr. Rohit sir, from C-DAC Delhi.
Yes, I have to.
In a chat box, sir.
You can speak out, Papu. I think sir is having to.
Yes. So
Okay,
yes. So this is exactly my point. So severity of so when you say severity, what I mean in terms of the severity is a clinical marker. So for example, the if you see these cognitive scores taken by this patient, so they deteriorate. And yes, so these can be predicted as per their, the time delays that we can estimate from their brain. Yes.
Sir, I have one question. I know my questions are very lame, but still I need to ask the thing. Sir, what I understood from your presentation, that we have some mathematical significance about aging things, where we are finding that alpha rays is going down kind of frequency. We have got linear declination in that frequency. We understood some of the concept of neuroplasticity and neurofeedback also yesterday. So would there be any possibility in future so that the declination of memory are kind of wiser, it is always wiser, but getting slower in attention response time. So would there be any possibility in future so that retain those declination of alpha frequency, so that the aging effect will not be affecting the wiseness of the person?
So you mean to say that can we sort of,
Between the response time of the person by some neuroplasticity methods.
yeah, I mean, that is possible. So if you actually specifically train the person, so some feedback mechanism, though I can't tell you on the off the top of my head what will that mechanism be. So I don't see is in any reason, as long as you sort of, one of the things that uh, alpha also, the main purpose of that paper or this series of papers were that, alpha itself is an epiphenomenon to some degree, because it changes everywhere. As you saw, it changes in multiple sclerosis, it changes in aging. What we really need to understand is what causes this alpha change. So that's where the answer is. So if you get to that answer, you can potentially use that to maybe for different kind of plasticity. Maybe the alpha training can be used to people who are athletes, for example, some kind of a training to stimulate their brain, and all these things can be talked about in the future. I don't see, but we don't know the exact link. Okay, so I have to be very clear. So even though, so right now we actually at a very I would say it's a very superficial phase where we are speculating via these kind of microscopes, the computational kind of neuroscience approaches, why the alpha is linked to the underlying excitatory inhibitory homeostasis, for example. How it is related to this excitation inhibition balance in the brain. But to actually nail it further, we would need a lot of animal studies as well, where we can accurately measure these things properly and can understand this. Then only we can, first we'll have to do that in animals, and then of course those plasticity kind of things can be thought about in humans.
Thank you very much, sir. Nicely answered my question. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for the session also, sir. It was very important for us.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Apan, sir, thank you. Thank you very much for presenting the very interesting information and knowledgeable information for our audience. Thanks a lot, sir, for presenting. Due to the time constraint, I need to move early on second speaker for the seminar today. So we do have with the Dr. Vikas Vazarin. I do apologize, sir, if I pronounce your surname wrong. So Dr. Vikas, sir, with us.
Vikas is
Yeah.
just fine. Vikas is just fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Vikas, sir. Okay, so Vikas sir is a professor of neurosurgery at National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience. He has an experience in neurosurgery of about 13 years. He has completed MCH in neurosurgery from Sri Chitra Trinal Institute of Medical Service, Trivandrum, Kerala. He has also have a fellowship in cerebro surgery and have completed DNB neurosurgery. He has currently pursuing a data science PhD at Triple IIT Bangalore. The topic of PhD is autonomous surgery robotics. His interests in neurosurgery include skull-based surgery and cerebrospinal neurosurgery. He is pursuing research in a surgical robotic, AI, and the brain-computer interface. So I welcome you, sir, in today's webinar, where I would request you to present the knowledgeable, the presentation. So welcome, sir, and hand over to you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, video is on. Video is coming through. Yeah, so
yeah, the video is on, sir.
Yeah, video is on. Video and speech. Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me, C-DAC. It's a privilege for me to be part of your meet. In specific, thanks to Dr. Priyanka and Dr. Soumya to have invited me as speaker for this, to give this talk. So when Dr. Priyanka initially contacted me, I was having a wide range of topics for speaking about. Of the several kinds of topics, I thought this would be of most interest to this audience. So that is the reason I chose this particular topic. Now, we are all familiar with, I'll start sharing screen. Screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
So what happens is all of us are now familiar with the concepts of artificial intelligence and neural networks, and it has become a part of our daily routine. Wherever we go, either it be on using our mobile phones or in various other physical aspects like calling a taxi or finding a movie in a theater, we use AI quite liberally. So it is with that intention I thought that I give the medical perspective of things, surgical perspective of things. We do have some experience on our own. So it was with that idea I made a collage of various works which we undertake, and thought that it is worthwhile to demonstrate that these things are being done and in progress over here. So AI solutions for clinical problems. So clinical basically means hospital related, where we actually treat patients. So though artificial intelligence is being used in various kinds of fields, but its application in medicine and surgery is very less. If you look at search, Google search has been there for the past 20 years, and now with ChatGPT, there's a lot more interest coming into newer search paradigms. But if you look at how you go into a doctor's office, you may get a booking appointment based upon an the AI platform, but nothing beyond that uses AI. One of the places where AI has been very early adoption is in the field of MRI imaging. Many of you would have actually worked with MRI images. But even till date, you do not have commercial platforms which use only AI to generate information on MRI images or CT-based images. So that actually indicates the challenges which are involved. It is not that people are less innovative when it comes to medical side, but the rules and regulations, patient safety are very unique factors which are there, which prevent easy acceptability from the doctor community and also from the patient side. So it is that introduction, I think I highlight the challenges. So what are the kind of challenges which prevent adaptability of artificial intelligence techniques in medicine? So one is the difficulty in formulating a problem. Now, in the big break in AI came with visual computing. So image processing was the big break in visual computing in artificial intelligence, because of which we got to know the actual potential of using these techniques. Now, when it comes to medicine, we know that patients would require a diagnosis. Doctors would want to find an efficient way to get to a diagnosis, suggest treatment, and maybe even utilize it during some part of the treatment. However, somehow the formulating the problem part of it has not been very structured. So many a times you would have heard of these large scale data sets which are used for cancer detection and things like that. But they have not taken up because the problem which has been formulated may not be the correct problem. A major problem also is in testing these things, because ultimately testing has to be done on human patients for use in human patients. Now, how do you test something which gives you a result, but you do not know how the result was arrived at, which is one of the major problems of contemporary artificial intelligence. So the testing itself becomes a big issue. And after you are confident about the testing, how confident are you that as a doctor you can use this platform or software on a patient? Clinician trust is a very major problem. Say if you look at comparative adoption practices, financial services use something like ATMs and internet banking since about 20 years or more than 20 years, 25 years. But the time electronic health records are used in hospitals, even now adoption is hardly about 10 or 20%. Only 10 to 20% of a clinician's work is automated. The rest of it is still paper-based, and there is a lot of resistance to electronic health records. Now, the same clinician may be using Uber for his taxi, ordering food on Swiggy or Zomato. But clinicians, when it comes to patient care, are very distrustful of mechanical devices and technology. That's a fact. Meaning there are early adopters, there are people who are very fond of such things, but they are a relative minority when it comes to actual practice. The other issue is, where do you put these systems? Are you trying to replace doctors, healthcare workers with these machines? Do patients get the trust that they can adopt, they go to a chatbot, describe their symptoms, and then expect to get a result which they will follow? They will always go to a chatbot to ask for a diagnosis, but ultimately they would go to a doctor to get the treatment. So where exactly these things fit into contemporary medical practice is always is a challenge. To this audience, I don't need to describe the huge amounts of progress which has come in diverse fields such as machine intelligence, the emergence of neural networks, the latest transformer networks, LSTMs, and so many other kinds of tools and techniques which are there, the paradigms such as PyTorch and TensorFlow. So much of work has happened in the past, especially in the past decade, which has made these as common terms even among non-technical, non-engineering group people. So visual computing, image processing, and language models are the important entities which are the result of artificial intelligence research over the past 2 decades. Now, I would like to straightforward jump into the examples, because these examples are a bit complex for a non-medical audience. So please do allow me to spend some time on explaining what these are and how we have been using some of the techniques in AI, or we propose to use some of the techniques in AI. Now, I start with something. Hello?
Yeah. No, sir, continue.
Yeah. So you can, please do feel free to stop me somewhere during the talk if it becomes if there's some issue which you need to clarify or understand. So you must have all heard of radiation for cancer surgery, and the use of radiation for treating patients with cancers. Now, what we as neurosurgeons use is a device called as a gamma knife. The icon which is shown over here is the device which we use for treating tumors within the brain, even tumors and some other diseases called arteriovenous malformations. Now, the machine is as shown in your on the screen. What we have over here in Nimhans is the latest in the series of these devices. Now, ultimately, these are devices which are used for treatment. I would like to show some. Yeah. So, what is the principle of gamma knife radiosurgery? This is the photograph from our own console. So, gamma knife radiation, we have cobalt sources which are placed in along the circumference of a hemisphere, and each source provides a small amount of the dose, and the summation of these sources is at the center of the hemisphere, wherein we position the patient such that disease is targeted towards the center of this hemisphere. So individually, these beams are of low radiation, that is safe. The cumulative radiation which is achieved at the center is what is effective for treatment. So that part, there is high radiation dose, and there is a logarithmic fall off very close to the boundary of the tumor. So that is the principle of gamma knife radiosurgery. Now, each of these sources, you have collimators. So collimators are used to guide the beam, not guide the beams, reduce the diameter of the beam. And each of these beam is called as a shot. Now, the parameters which are available to the clinician are these shots. You can manipulate the shots which based upon the size of the collimator. And based on that, you can change the morphology of the treatment paradigm. Okay, what do I mean by that? So this is an example from our from our console. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that there is a white area which is marked in red, which is a tumor. It is a sphenopetroclival meningioma, and around that you can see a yellow line. So this yellow line is based upon calculation of individual shots. So you have shots of 4 millimeters, 8 millimeters, which are placed, and the software decides this isodose line. So isodose line is something similar to the isobars, which is used in climate, where you mark lines between similar pressures. So similarly, we have something called as an isodose line. Now, our objective is in ensuring that the tumor receives maximum dosage, and the surrounding brain, this surrounding gray area is the brain, which you would have seen in MR images. And you ensure that the fallout of the radiation is minimized immediately following this yellow line. So that is the objective. So if you see on the right hand side, there is a patient with multiple tumors. The advantage of gamma knife is that the fallout on the brain is much lesser. Now, so what happens is you mark the individual tumors as is seen in the red lines in individual for the individual tumors, and then you plan the shots for each of these tumors. So that's the principle of gamma knife radiation. So how do we use different techniques? So conventionally, this has been done manually. So it is by experience, you can actually say this is the tumor volume, which is in the center, and then there is normal tissue. So you would have to place the shots within this 2D image. The software will update the 2D into 3D and then calculate the isodose line. So you would have to protect the normal tissue, which is outside, and ensure that the tumor volume gets maximum dosage inside. So what are the parameters which are available? The parameters which are available are like this. So you have a tumor volume, you have different kinds of collimators, 4 mm, 8 mm, and 16 mm. Using various combinations of this, you need to generate a plan. Now the plan, you can fix the dosage, how much of the dose of radiation is required for a particular tissue. And then you also have an output that what is the risk to normal tissue surrounding the tumor or the lesion. So this is the conventional plan in which you have to manually do this. You have to do 4 mm collimators in particular location, 8 mm collimators in another location, and 16 mm in larger area. So by this, you should ensure that the isodose line is confined to the tumor. So they have automated it partly. The methodology which is used is linear programming, which is one step away from artificial intelligence and neural networks, constraint satisfaction methods. So you determine that there are normal tissue limits. So this is how our contemporary machine works. So in the contemporary machine, we fix that the visual apparatus, that is eyes, get a particular dosage, usually under 8 grays of radiation. For cochlea, it's about 5.1. Brainstem, it is about maximum dosages about 12 gray. So this is speaking for a particular patient. Now, based on these normal tissue levels, you can actually determine conformity. Conformity is how conformal is the yellow line to that red line. Red line is what the doctor marks within the tumor. Yellow line is the isodose, which is the output of the planning. So how conformal is your plan with respect to the marking? How much of coverage, how much of the red area is under complete coverage by the isodose line? How selective is the isodose line in terms of relative tissue and tumor tissue? And what is the gradient between the tumor tissue and the abnormal tissue? And that is used to generate a plan, and that is used by using this particular software called Lightning software. So to give a brief introduction, it is an inverse planning software wherein you determine that these are the parameters which I need to fix, and these are the protective parameters which I have to label. And based on that, you can determine that this is the coverage. The software will determine the coverage, selectivity, gradient index, and the beam on time for beam on time penalization. Now, this is using linear programming algorithm. So these kinds of inverse planning is commercially available. But as you notice, linear programming is something which you would in engineering maybe learn while training. It is not something which you use in actual practice, considering that there are more newer techniques which are available. But this is an example to show the time which it takes for a newer technology to come into the medical field. So the latest system in this series of machines is using linear programming. It is just about 7 years old in global terms. So to get to the next level of programming, it will take another couple of years before it is actually certified to use AI-based programming. So we expect AI-based programming in another 10 years for this kind of therapy. So I'll switch gears to another interesting field. Now, image processing is, as I told you, we are all familiar with, many people are familiar with MRI-based image processing, in which you try to take MRI images and then build a stack of MRI images and then try to infer which part of the brain has particular tumor, or say in the, like in the previous previous talk, it was multiple sclerosis. Even multiple sclerosis, the areas of damage can be made out within the brain. So image labeling was one of the challenges which is which is used in the medical field. Neuropathology, or pathology in general, is another field where images are used in the medical terms. Now, if you look at imaging in medicine, there is one area which is MRI images, which is radiology. The other area where there is a lot of work which has been done is in eye, ophthalmology, where the people have been taking ophthalmologic images either from the using mobile phone cameras or maybe inside from the retina, and doing image classification and trying to do image labeling. So and skin is another area where there is a lot of work which is going on in diagnosing. But again, if you notice, the amount of hospital-based systems which are there are far too few. There are a lot of tests which are happening. There are community tests which are happening across various hospitals, mostly in our own country. But you know, if you go to a hospital, you will still find human doctors doing all these images. Now, pathology is meaning a relatively unheard of area, not a very unheard of area. I remember C-DAC Trivandrum had a project on cervical pap smears to classify diseases such as cervical cancer. So we here have been trying to do something in the area of neuropathology, which is basically in the area of brain tumors. So let me highlight some of the things which we have been doing. So this is from a pathology slide, and what is seen on the left side is the human annotation of the pathology slide. So the areas which have been annotated, which is that dark color, that is the annotated area, is part of the training set. It is we have done post processing, and then the right we have tried to identify the same thing. The areas which are marked are something called as necrosis within a tissue. This is a pathology slide of a brain tumor called as meningioma. So we have had some initial experience with this. There are a lot of challenges. So what I was trying to say is, I'm not trying to say that it is possible to do image processing in pathology. That's a done thing. We have already seen many examples. There are a lot of studies. There are a lot of applications. But what are the challenges? Now, what is highlighted is this kind of challenge. So even in a given slide, a slide basically is one slide out of a sample sent to a pathologist from the surgeon side. So when I send about, say about 10 cc of tissue, brain tissue, which is a tumor tissue, out of that 10 cc, a part of that, say about 1 cc is made into a block. And from that block, this slide is generated. Now this slide is a whole slide image. There are whole slide scanners which scan the whole image. A small part of it is what is available, is what is shown in this picture. So you can understand the magnitude of the problem. Each whole slide contains a lot of information which needs to be processed. Now what we have used is something called tile generation, and we've been able to split this particular whole slide images into tiles, which I actually use for image processing methods. Now, within the image, you will need the annotation, which is the yellow line, which is manually done, and we have used standard training methods to generate training sets and testing sets, and we've been able to demonstrate that it is a feasible thing to diagnose certain parts of the tissue. Now, for meningioma, we had used only one parameter, which is this light area, which is called as necrosis. But there are several other parameters within the slide, such as whorls. There are mitosis which needs to be counted, and there are tissue patterns which are there to give a complete diagnosis for the whole slide. Remember, a pathologist gives a slide diagnosis. They don't give you itemized what you call entities within that. What I'm trying to tell is, in technical terms, it is both a image segmentation problem and an image labeling problem. So the challenges from the imaging side are numerous, and also it also says that the kind of see, when you would say that, yeah, okay, this is an image processing problem, okay, what's so great about it? But then when we look at the complexity in terms of the data to be handled, the kind of segmentation which needs to be done, and the amount of data which needs to be captured. Say, for example, even in this particular tile, we find that there are about at least 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas within this same slide. So we are looking at a very complex image segmentation problem. And for each of these tile, we should be able to generate a response in terms of, say, tumor, non-tumor, mitosis, no mitosis, necrosis, no necrosis, and then give an output for the entire slide. So the challenge is not only in image recognition or classification, but it is also in generating pipelines which can be suited for this particular problem. So to give you a itemized kind of understanding of what is it. So each image size, whole slide image, is about 2 to 4 gigabytes. This is very large when compared to conventional images, which you're familiar with compression techniques which you use in conventional images, and then do the processing. But if you do that kind of compression on full slide images, you would end up losing a lot of data. Magnification is up to 40x. So yeah, of course, now we have high full slide scanners which can generate that kind of images, but using 40x images into 256 whole slide image into a RAM of a machine to even do the computing is a challenge in itself. So there are about 40,000 slides per whole slide imaging according to the techniques which we have started. So these are the kind of challenges. So though I say it as an image processing problem, the pipeline development, maintenance, and all these pathways are extremely complex, and this is one of the reasons why you find that you do not have very commercial entities which can do these things. There are, of course, nowadays some companies which are offering digital support with their microscope, in which you can get part of the images diagnosed by the machine. But one, of course, it is very expensive. Second, it is not very popular among the pathologists. So I'll switch gears again. Newer technology. If you notice over the past couple of minutes, I've gone from something which is in regular use within the hospital to something which is in research. Now we'll go into some area called as video processing of surgical images. Surgery, as you know, is about operating on various parts of the body. Many parts of surgery are now recorded, many a times for legal purposes, but many a times for research purposes. Now, to give you an introduction, there are two or three different kinds of surgical fields in which videos are readily available. Now, one of the fields which is very popularly known is laparoscopic surgery, which is surgery within the abdomen. So say you would have heard of appendix surgery or gallbladder surgery, liver surgery, and intestinal surgery, renal surgery, kidney surgery. So in each of these laparoscopic surgeries, the video is recorded and it is available for processing. So there has been a lot of recent interest in the past, say about 5 to 7 years in this area, where you use these videos to generate information. This has a lot of relevance for numerous things. So for example, to assess skills of a surgeon, how do you assess the skill? You can use video processing techniques. Mind you, these are all in research stage. They are not in commercial or very solid, what you call academic stage. These are still in early developmental stage. Tissue recognition is important because, say, for example, you must have heard of robotic surgery. So robotic surgery, you can actually demarcate areas which are as like no-go areas. So you should not allow the robot to go to that area. Now that is possible only when you have robust tissue recognition, tissue which is not to be touched while doing a surgery. Say for example, in gallbladder surgery, you shouldn't be touching the intestines. So if you have robust tissue recognition techniques, you can prevent the robot from hitting other tissues inadvertently. The other important area is tool recognition. Now, tool recognition is tool recognition is based upon certain image processing techniques. Tools are important to be recognized. Why tools are important? Because there are numerous tools which we use in surgical practice. Now, each tool has a specific meaning. Now, if you show a surgical video to a person of a different specialty, it is very difficult to interpret what is going on within the video. But if you actually label the tools, you can actually infer something about the kind of process which is being undergone. Say, for example, if I say that I have used the QSA during a particular part of the segment, part of the surgery. So QSA is a tool which is used to remove tumors. So just by the understanding that I have used QSA, you can infer that there was a tumor which was being operated and QSA was used to remove that tumor. So that is the kind of inference which can get from analyzing surgical videos. Tissue recognition is actually a higher challenge. Now, why? Because tissues have they are mind you, obtained from video data. So tissues have some kind of form. Say, for example, the liver has a particular shape, gallbladder has a particular shape. They also have different kinds of color. The color of the liver is very different from the color of the intestines, and they have a particular position. So there is a lot of work which is going on in laparoscopic surgery. So we, as I told you, as part of our research work, we have been doing tissue recognition on some tissues, and this is an example. So what is shown on the left-hand side of the panel are the different kinds of tissues which are seen during a particular process. This is a specific brain surgery process, and there is this is something called as the ventricle. The human ventricle contains different parts, and we've been able to identify this. So towards the right are one is the test set, and the other one is the training set, and the next is the test set. So manual annotation has been done, and we've been able to generate good quality matches between the tissues which are seen. Now, it's very difficult in a field like neurosurgery because different parts of the brain look very similar to each other in terms of color. We chose the ventricle for this approach because ventricle is one of those areas where distinct landmarks are seen which are very identifiable. Now, training a similar thing, we tried it on some other parts of the brain. It has not been a very easy task. So tissue recognition, even in Western countries with laparoscopic data, has been a major challenge, and it's a very important and a very interesting area for development. So, so when we look at video processing, so what other kinds of data do you need to look at, or what kind of data is interesting? So, an important goal of using these techniques is to generate context. Like I told you, when I use QSA, you would understand that I'm doing tumor surgery. So that is context which you develop from as a result of doing video processing. So what kind of context can be generated is the challenge. Say, for example, there is something called as a bleeding challenge. So identifying the source of bleeding within a video. So if you are able to do that and demonstrate that bleeding can be demonstrated very fast, much beyond human comprehension in a video, we can use real-time tools to help us during surgery. So you can use a video. We are, say, for example, I use an operating microscope, and there are already systems which will overlay data. Say, for example, MRI image, I can overlay onto my surgical field. So similarly, you can even generate tools which will detect bleeding for me, or say that some particular area which is not to be no-go area is there, you should not go over there. So those kinds of information can be generated. So that kind of software is already available, but the tools to generate this data is not available. And another important area which is emerging in surgical data processing is face recognition. Say, for example, many people have either seen or taken a stitch due to various reasons. The simplest is some cut which has happened. You're supposed to go to a doctor, and the surgeon places a stitch and stitching. You've seen somebody, relatives or somebody undergoing surgeries, and stitches have to be removed. Now, the act of putting a stitch has been divided into 8 different steps. So we can use video processing and identify each of these phases. Now, this is not yet done, but it is one of those things which can be done. Now, each part of this action it can be called as something called as a phase. So face recognition is important in, say, cataract surgeries. They are trying to do face recognition in gallbladder surgeries. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to do that on some neurosurgical videos. Now, our own progress has been in tissue recognition. So what this video which I'm going to show shows fairly advanced tool recognition. See, you can notice this very bright colored overlay, and within the overlay, you can make out the steel tools. So this is the progress which we have made in tool recognition. So we are able to match the tools with the overlay, which is the software which is showing the position of the tools and the orientation. As you can easily make out, the clarity is fairly good. You can't actually make out where the forceps is. If you look closely, you can see the forceps within the overlay. The bipolar forceps, which is on the right, is more, the matching is much better than that on the left hand side. So there are 2 tools, and this is actual brain surgery in which we've been able to demonstrate. Our objective is to get this done live. This is on recorded data. So that is the scope of video processing. Now, again, I'll switch gears. So this is a lot about techniques which you are familiar with. So you have seen, I've shown you linear programming, which is something which you would have studied. I've shown you image processing, which all of you would be familiar with. I've shown you video processing, which you know is capable, its capabilities, but you may not have thought that these applications are there. So we'll go back into theory. So I'll use an example, which is cerebral aneurysm surgery. I'm pretty sure many of you would not have heard this term, but aneurysms are life-threatening. Yes.
I just would like to interrupt for a bit, due to the time constraints, we do have one more speaker.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Not much is there after this. So aneurysms are like balloons. So balloons which grow out of blood vessels and they rupture. So these are examples of aneurysms on the left hand side, and the treatment method which we adopt is something called as clipping. So on top, these are steel clips or Finox clips which you use. To the right are imaging, 3D imaging, angiographic imaging, which shows these clips in place and the aneurysm secure. So how do you place this aneurysm is a challenge. So you have to place it correctly across the neck so that this balloon is controlled and it prevents any kind of rupture. Now, if we split it into a 2D model, we can generate pictures like this. So this is a 2D model in which you show the vessel and the aneurysm in the neck. And the objective is to ensure that the clip is placed across the neck. This C is wrong, A is wrong, B is the correct method. These are also wrong methods. So we've generated a 2D model which will show that there is a correct straight line which will ensure that there is optimal clipping between clipping for a given aneurysm. So we can actually generate 2D models, generate a line which will solve this particular problem, and then run various kinds of algorithms which can generate this kind of solution. So what I'm trying to demonstrate is there are problems which are completely 3-dimensional anatomical, but we can generate optimal solutions for this based on our knowledge of several other machine learning techniques. Okay, I wanted to show you. So this would be the method. You need to input into a neural network. You generate, so there is an aneurysm parent vessel. You determine flow in both the aneurysm and flow in the parent vessel. So at the end of a backpropagation cycle, you should have no flow within the aneurysm and flow within the parent vessel. So this is an example of converting that into a neural network problem. So brain tumor surgery. Tumors are again complex entities. Brain tumors are very complex and very difficult to treat. So surgery forms the important method of treating. So this is an example of how a brain tumor looks. Remember, I told you about how we use operating microscopes. All my videos are recorded. So this is actually a picture from a patient. So if you notice here, you can find that there is a difference in color, and this central area is the tumor, whereas this is the normal brain tumor. The normal brain. So the objective of surgery is to ensure that this particular area is taken out without any damage to the surrounding normal brain. So the surgical process consists of several different entities. Now, if we itemize it, it can be called as tumor visualization. That is seeing the tumor, removal of tumor, which is the task, which is your job, blood loss, which inevitably happens with any kind of surgery, and there is also the risk of injury to the normal brain. So how do you build a model? So we can input into several standard techniques, but what are the input parameters? So for that purpose, I would like to propose something called as a state. In various kinds of machine learning techniques, you develop a state, and in this state, you ensure that there are certain parameters and hyperparameters which can be utilized. So a state would consist of the part of the tumor visualized, the amount of tumor removed, the blood loss happening at that time, and the risk of injury. So you can actually define actions, which is you are removing tumor. At the same time, you're also forced to remove blood. You have to change visualization to see various parts of the tumor. And also you are evaluating risk on a dynamic basis. Now, associated with that, there is a cost function. So I'm using the term function because that incidentally is how it is. So you have a blood loss cost. There is also a risk of handling tissue, both normal and abnormal, which can result in neurological damage, which I think has been discussed earlier. So if we formulate this entire set of parameters and formulate a state function, you'd say that you can describe surgery as a series of states in which one state to another state you do certain actions with a certain amount of risk. Under each state, you have these parameters of visualization, tumor loss, and blood loss. So you can actually determine a Bayesian network with probabilities associated with each state and give parameters based upon, say, for example, video processing techniques. To give you a very visual interpretation, this is not actually correct. You can imagine that each of these states has various parts of the tumor. So when you go from S1 to S2, you have a particular risk. You can remove a particular amount of tumor. There is some amount of bleeding which happens in this particular part of the tumor. So all of these can be modeled in terms of equations. So say this is the state function, this is the cost function, this is the blood loss function, and you would be able to actually determine a Markov decision process based upon that. So this is part of my PhD work of developing these kinds of models for surgical applications. So what I've discussed so far is various kinds of applications. I'm pretty sure most of you would not have seen many of these things because incidentally, either they are in very high research centers and the data sets are not publicly available. So one important thing which I would like to highlight is this black box versus image segmentation approach. So black box approach is, you give it to the machine gives you something, and then you just get the label out of the machine, that the image label is there, which you use. But unfortunately, in medicine, it is not a very ideal approach because we don't like to see just the result. We also like to see how the result is achieved. So we use image segmentation approach for various purposes. Aneurysm model is to show that what may be looking very, very abstract in surgical terms can be built into elegant models. The glioma model is particularly to show you that large complex models way beyond current capabilities in terms of video processing or computation can be built for the future. So so I would like to conclude this talk by saying that the problem definition is what is very important. So it may not be, it is not right to use, say, I got a particular tool, I will use it for a particular method and I expect it to be used in a hospital. It is not a very straightforward pathway. every problem is not an image problem, especially in terms of the medical context. But that doesn't mean that there are no problems. There are very rich problems. What each example which I showed you are very rich. We have been working on some of them for quite some years. And yet we find that almost on a weekly or a monthly basis, there are new challenges which are there, which need to be done. So I also say that a very high level of technical competence and large funding is required for practical translation, which often doesn't happen, as I think you would agree with me. So I would conclude with acknowledging my co-investigators from various institutes, Dr. Anita, who's the head of Department of Neuropathology, Professor Srikanth, who's my guide for my PhD, Dr. Madhav, who works on the video processing problems, and I think I missed Deepika over here, who's done most of the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind presentation and informative presentation. I will keep open the forum for the question. So audience, you can put your questions in the chat box for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Because there is a certain question in the chat
yeah, I'm
box.
just reading that. Okay, thank you. I met somebody from after a long period of time. Ramaya, I was in 20 years back nearly. So hi once again. Dr. Rohit, is the size of exposure in the previous, yes, the collimators are fixed size, because you know, these are hardware problems, so you cannot change the collimators. There is a different, you must have heard of something called as X knife. So X knife has millimeter size collimators. The collimator shape is different, but you can do it. In Gamma knife, we have got only 3 fixed collimators because it is hardwired into the system. So you have got a 4 mm collimator, you have got a 8 mm collimator, and a I think 16 mm collimator. There are only 3 of them. Hope that answers. The next question, Anil is asking how all of AI tech will affect human doctors. Yeah, that is interesting because we actually don't know. So my objective of doing the PhD is not to throw me out of my job. The objective is to make me do a better job for treating my own patients. Doctors do take up, there are at least including me, say I have taken up several ML courses, both in my, as part of my PhD, and also from YouTube. I've taken a couple of courses in both in computing and ML. It's almost becoming essential. I know of several PhD students who are very medical PhD students who are very comfortable using R. Then there are quite some people who use Python. Obviously, the entire bunch of people who are working on MR images require advanced image processing techniques and neural network processing to be used. So there are quite some medical students who have a basic knowledge of Python nowadays. There are at least 3 of my, incidentally, 2 of my students did work on image processing. One of them did, not my own students, medical students, MCH students. One of the, you can check up Dr. Bhushan's work on digital pathology. It's available online. So it's there. It's okay. Next question by Dr. Rohit. Isn't video processing similar to AI motion detection? Is part of it. We are actually using motion detection to quantify something called as jitter. As a method of surgical skill assessment. It is one of the parameters there, but that is not equivalent. There are so many other things. Say, for example, image segmentation in the video, I showed you tools, but there is also tissue. So tissue recognition is a separate challenge. Tool recognition is a separate challenge. The rate of movement of tools would qualify as motion detection. And there are parameters which are being developed to quantify that and say even compare. We are using that to assess my own surgical skills. Hope that answers all questions in the chat box. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for the question answer session. So thank you very much again for presenting the informative and the knowledgeable presentation in our web seminar for today. I take your apologies, sir. Due to the time constraint, I need to move fast
No
and
issues, no
need
issues.
to
I
request the
Yeah.
second speaker.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, sir,
Thank you.
and thank you again.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
audience, Yes, sir. Audience, we do have now the Jayesh Bhav, sir. He's Principal Control and Optimization, GE Global Research Center, Bangalore. Uh, Dr. Jay sir having a like a huge amount or like huge knowledge, working in the corporate as well. The major work I wanted to provide you the brief description about the Jay sir. Dr. Jay sir has published 21 patent, 50 plus internal general conference paper, 15 next generation technology product, and the tech demos are the tools for GE, TCS, and the other organizations. Um, Before that, sir was a director at Adani Institute of Infrastructure Engineering, Ahmedabad, in 2015 and 2016. Also, sir was a professor, is a professor and a control Nirma University, Ahmedabad. Then is a GE Global Research Lab. Then TCS Technology R&D, TCS EIS Business Unit, Pune. Then is an assistant professor, instrumental and control engineering, DDIT, Nadel. Also, the associations of the SIR is like President ACDOs, like the Indian NMO of IFSC, senior member and the chair, IEEE Gujarat, IS PIE chapter, IEEE Bangalore, CSS chapter. Also, the senior member, past president, secretary, EM member, International Society of Automation, ISA, division leadership. The experience, the sir has guided like the 5+ PhD scholar and MTech by researcher, 2 scholar thesis. Also guided MTech project more than 25, BTech project more than 50, and industrial consulting project 5. Sir has taught UG and the PG courses, also PhD guide, academic administration. Sir got awarded with in 2019 with the ISA Global External Technical Innovation Award 2015, ISA India Excellence in a Leadership Award. Sir have completed Bachelor of Engineering in Instrumentation and Control Engineering, LDC Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. Sir also completed MTech in a System and Control Engineering, IIT Bombay. PhD in a System and Control Engineering, again from IIT Bombay. So this is the brief introduction about the Dr. Jay sir. I warm welcome you, sir, in our today's web seminar, and I hand over to you for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you and namaskar, everyone. Good evening. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So first, okay, let me share my screen. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Priyanka and team for providing me this opportunity by inviting to this forum, which is like brain computing research. Of course, my journey throughout my career has been mostly in the controls and optimization in industrial segment. But of course, being an instrumentation engineer graduate, I have studied like biomedical engineering 30 years back. I have taught biomedical engineering also. We have done some programs earlier in kidney dialysis related area in early 90s. And then in between, I had a long gap with biomedical, but after joining GE, being part of GE Research, I have been working, of course, being part of GE Corporate Research. We work with different GE businesses, which spans across power from fossil power plants, gas turbine, steam turbine, boilers to solar, battery, diesel, wind turbine, and so on. as well as aerospace. So also worked on the UAVs, drones area. Got an opportunity to work in oil and gas, subsea oil field, as well as, of course, GE also has business, GE Healthcare. And I have worked several programs with GE Healthcare. So there is some connect. But of course, my exposure has been quite broad. Considering this research topic and looking into other speakers who are mainly working focus around brain computing research, I thought I would like to touch upon a subject area which might probably be complementary or bring some analogy. So I'd be trying to talking about healthcare IoT AI trends and synergy with B4U. That's the subject area here. Some of my perspectives. And of course, I'm choosing this because considering that though the audience of this particular workshop are mainly researchers working in B4U area, in AI, ML, DL, image processing, and of course related to brain and understanding about the brain's behavior and some of its applications in medicine, healthcare applications, as well as including forensic research and so on. So I thought whenever a researcher does some research, ultimately all research, of course, you have a typical goal of publication, but it is very important that research aligns with some of the applications, and it actually contributes to, in addition to publications in good journals and conference, also results into some outcome which might be useful to society or industry or any of the aspects. So, and to do that, typically all the research which are in general and algorithms has to be finally converted into some form of product. It can be either tools, or it can be tools which are part of the device, which may be outside device on the cloud, or it may be, if it's a surgical area, it might be converting into some of the actuations or actuation tools or aids for the doctors to use and so on. So, and to do that, you need to actually package algorithms or research work into the form of products. And one of the important area which is touching upon across all the research last decade or so is a digital transformation, industrial Internet of Things, combining with AI and so on. So I thought this might be a topic of interest, and I would like to touch upon this. And here, of course, I picked up some pictures which are relevant to that, related to medical or healthcare area. And of course, if you see the picture below, bottom part, if you see, this is the, again, CT scanner, and of course, some of the images which are processed here. This was the work which was needed, and GE Healthcare teams had to do some quick fixes during the COVID, because there was a lot of tremendous load on the doctors, and typical COVID measurement or analysis or diagnostics through labs took maybe 1 or 2 days, early phase of COVID in 2020. But it was found that some of these diagnostic techniques, X-ray, CT, and so on, can give results more faster. But then this in the hospital framework, these devices cannot be exposed to all the patients because of, as you know, COVID as a because of pandemic nature of COVID. So many hospitals had a need of creating separate, say, CT in a box or MR in a box kind of framework. And that was very quickly, within a month, 2 months time, GE's engineers had done. So I picked up that picture. And use of that, again, touching upon this subject area of this particular workshop, is AI. So that images you capture from CT or MRI, but then how do you identify COVID from those images? And there were some AI algorithms or models were developed very quickly by certain analysis and all. And those tools were advisory, and it could probably aid the radiologists to identify or at least annotate, get some annotation advisories from those images. So that was the quite interesting stuff which I just presented here. And of course, on the right side is a brain-computer interface, which is again a subject area. And I would be touching upon, because this becomes again a component of IIoT. So there's a linkage with that. So I'll cover up towards that. Though in the beginning, I'll start talking, connecting from industry, because my experience has been in industry, to give a perspective what industry thinks, not the healthcare industry, but general industrial framework. I'll start from there, but slowly move towards the healthcare era. And what is the emerging trends in healthcare era? I'll talk about that. And then ultimately, we close with some problem statement, which is a food for thought. Okay, I skipped this slide. This is my introduction. He already nicely gave my introduction. Thanks for that. So my first slide is talking about automation, because automation is penetrating across. So I thought this I'll start with this. So if you define automation, automation is the use of various devices or methods mainly intended to avoid or minimize or reduce human intervention, right? Either in the old era, or like thousands or centuries before, people used to have hand tools, which was an automation tool, to some temple or church door opening and closing by automated way, and so on. Those were the very early examples. But intent there was how you can make the human life or human job easy, and that was how automation was intended or invented for. And of course, it is used to help make task work or life of the human safer and easier, because many times the task can be hazardous. So though human can do, or human does it because there is no other option, but it's better to avoid human doing those tasks as far as possible. And that's how automated techniques or automation devices started coming in. If you see the typical industrial automation in 40s, they were looking like this. So automation was there even when the era of electronics had not come. So there were pneumatic or hydraulic instruments and so on, and the automation was done through that. But of course, electronics, digital microprocessors, and of course, computer, cloud computing, this whole journey of technology advancements towards digitalization has definitely progressed automation also from very basic pneumatic or hydraulic tools or instruments and controllers towards very fancy, you can see the screen here, kind of control rooms where operator can have a complete very good dashboard with all the data about the plant which is controlling, say power plant or chemical refinery or petrochemical complex and so on, or maybe any manufacturing industry, automotive manufacturing industry and so on. So those kind of very computerized control rooms have come, and future is going towards again touchscreen based era, and that has started penetrating in some areas, but of course that is will be a future of automation. And of course, in the bottom part of this, if you see some of those devices which have progressed from electronic controllers to digital microprocessor and computer-based controllers to, of course, nowadays cloud-based dashboard for monitoring and control of the plant operations, and not only single plant but across plant fleet of plants which may be located geographically in different cities in a country, or maybe different countries and different across the globe. Now, other aspect I would like to bring about here is use of automation is growing beyond industrial devices, systems, manufacturing and production processes. Traditionally, automation started from there. As you know, the Jamsworth's simple steam engine control. That's a very systematic first example of automation was steam engine control for the locomotive, maybe 200 and 300 years back. But it has been started from industrial perspective, but it's penetrated last few decades. If you see, it's going to many of the non-industrial domains like transportation, entertainment, finance, like banking, commerce, e-commerce. Nowadays is all quite a bit of things are digitalized and automated. Sports arena, social life, social media, and so on. Lots of automated devices, cobots and bots are coming up, and of course healthcare. And of course, if you know, very recently hot topic is a ChatGPT, which is I would term it as like creative writing. It's a arena of arts. ChatGPT can even write a program. You can give a problem statement and it can quickly, using AI, it can give you programming. It can give a code. So that's a very new aspects there. And of course, it's enabling and causing digital transformation in every domain. So enablers of automation are, of course, sensors, electronics, communication, computing technologies, all these things. The progress in all these technologies last 4 or 5 decades have made many things possible, which were not thinkable maybe a couple of decades back. Now, automation progression today, if I talk about, it's like an industrial Internet of Things. In discrete manufacturing, if I give you an example, so progression has been from top to bottom. If I see, earlier there were only unconnected machine or human operated machine without any sensors, like manual lathe machines and so on. Then sensors got connected, lathes started becoming automated, and it's like a CNC machines and so on. We're making one machine doing multiple operation, but it's again a standalone machine. Then machines started getting connected, multiple machines. That's the era which is already existent today. So interconnected machines within a plant. So they are basically coordinating some assembly job by passing on the information from one machine to other machines. And then the connectivity is progressing further. That plant is connected not only with machines on the plant shop floor in the one particular assembly shop or one manufacturing shop, but also multiple shops. And not only that, some of the manufacturing operation now also depend upon parts which are coming from other factory, maybe sub-vendor factory or maybe other plant of the same company. And those are also interconnected. So you need a supply and logistics network. So automation is appearing there. And of course, it is moving further towards globally connected plants. So you might have a dashboard for the corporate, which may be sitting at a single location, but all the machines or operations across multiple plants or fleet of plants are monitored by the corporate teams. As an example, GE has a gas turbines business, GE Power. So in Atlanta, we have a center where thousands of turbines across the world, they are actually monitored and all data is captured there. And there are teams of experts who can probably keep monitoring and using some of the AI advisories and all. They get certain alerts and they probably provide advisories to the plant operations. That is the customer plants here, power plants. And they suggest certain operational changes time to time based on requirement to improve or maintain the operations at the highest optimum level. So this is the trend already existing in the industry. If you see on the right side, again, if you see the data flow, now from individual machine, the data is moving across multiple machines. So you have industrial data systems, then across multiple machines to multiple plants and so on. So data is going towards big data. So you have lots of data from any manufacturing operation. And if you know manufacturing operations or any say refinery or continuous manufacturing operation, have data which is captured every millisecond or seconds level or minutes level based on which type of industry it is. So there's a huge amount of time domain data, time and space domain data, which is available. And that is a big data. And that data is, for long, this data is not very efficiently used. Then people started looking into, why can't we make some means use of this data and make certain analysis or informations to enrich knowledge and insights of the operations and machines, and can we do that? And that's how big data analytics and AI ML tools, any other analytics tools have started coming in. And now those data is transferred across those fleet of network or multiple researchers network as well as users network and so on. And intelligent data flows based on this. As an example, asset performance monitoring and assessment management. So based on this data, you can probably do, say, maintenance operations of some machine in the plant, which is operating plant. You can have, earlier it was repairs were based on the damage done or some fault created in the machine, but it was creating a shutdown of the plant, and which was a huge monetary loss when plant shuts down. Instead of that, it went to the prognostics. So can we have this data which is already available? Can we generate precursors and alerts by analyzing this data? using some of the algorithms and models, which may be first principle based models. If it's a physical systems with very good understanding, you have first principle equations, mathematical model of the systems, or many times, say biological processes and all, where first principle models may not be very accurately known. You can start using database techniques, right? Time series, multivariate statistics based classical database techniques to neural network and machine learning, deep learning based, say new AI ML techniques. And you make something out of that to create alerts and do predictive maintenance of the plant's operations, and or do even prognostics. So if you want to do shutdown, or you can predict after 6 months this machine will be under shutdown and I will have to plan repair. So you should plan that repair in such a way that plant operations can be minimally suffered and monetary losses can be minimized. So this is where the trend of use of data and AI ML in the industry today. That's why I wanted to cover this slide, because the similar trend is coming into all industries across, including healthcare industry, which is where we'll come to. Now, this has become possible because of Internet of Things, because data connectivity, as I mentioned, access of data through sensors, electronics, digital devices, as well as internet connectivity. The data access was, or data transfer was possible across the fleet or different locations. So Internet of Things has started becoming a reality. And once you have Internet of Things, you have lots of data. It can be either data, time series data, or it can be image, it can be textual data, and all different modality of data. That's why you call it as a things. So it's a video, image, or video. It can be LiDAR image, it can be IR image, it can be text information about, say, machines, some of their serial numbers and so on, or some annotation by the experts when he is doing some maintenance operation, or it can be real-time data like temperature, pressure, flow rates, and so on in the industrial sense. So all this data, multimodal data, has started reaching into the cloud or internet. It may be on-prem cloud, or it can, or servers, or it can be connected cloud, which is global cloud, and so on. And now, if you see the Internet of Things going beyond industry, I will not go into details of this, but we all know smartphone, tablets, media players, lots of data. We are doing lots of social media, as well as our internal communication between either it's a commercial, professional communication, commercial communication, buying, selling things, or doing entertainment, or communicating with the friends, and so on. Everything, lots of data access of different modality of data is already happening, right? And that's penetrated. Banking, administration, social life, shopping, news consumptions, everything is now on the internet, and it has become made the life very easy. Similarly, in healthcare, this has also started penetrating. And if you see healthcare, the younger age generation is using data, but even the older generation, because they need certain advisories, and telemedicine is becoming slowly popular, and data access and this thing, Internet of Things access, has become viable or possible, and is growing in the healthcare industry as well. This chart looks a bit busy. I will not go into this. There are three. It talks about three waves of revolution. First is the industrial revolution, which I talk about. Then second was internet revolution, and now the revolution, which has last 1 decade or so, is industrial Internet of Things, which is causing the revolution. These are all different generations of revolution: textile, railway revolution, automotive revolution, computer generation, agents, greed, and smart loads, and so on, to nanotechnology, hydrogen, fusion technologies, and IoT. So all these are different revolutions which has happened across different technology generation. And all this evolution, actually, it has been statistically seen that typically it takes 30 to 50 years for any new technologies to actually start commercialization, and actually mature it and saturate it, and then start a new revolution starts coming in, and so on. So all these generations are about 30 to 50 years cycle. And IoT revolution has started maybe a decade back, and it will continue for maybe 30, 40 years, by when it will penetrate and be very much commoditized across all the applications and use cases in coming decades. Now, when any new technology comes, we should also see, because in industry, I come from industry, so we normally look into, because we focus on R&D, particularly looking into there's a business case or not. So if you see, this is a business case about IoT revolution, so industrial Internet of Things. So if you see the different industry like aviation, power, healthcare, rail, and oil and gas, because any new technology, anybody or customers or any person or human or industry will not just use for the sake of using it, unless there is a benefit out of this. It doesn't make sense of spending a lot of amount of capital or even investment in adopting these technologies. So if I consider the savings in whatever operation based on the industry, if it's a 1% saving in that particular metric, so aviation, I can say 1% of fuel saving, say, a power industry, 1% of fuel saving, healthcare industry, 1% of reduction in system inefficiency, right? Or productivity enhancement. So can I can I diagnose more patients in a day? Instead of 10 patients MRI I can do today, or say CT scan I can do today, can I increase that number from 10 to 15? Right, so that's a productivity increase, and it has a value win-win, not only in terms of more revenue for the hospitals, but also more number of patients can be treated within the shorter time. And corresponding to this 1% gain, what is the estimated value over 15 years in terms of cost savings, which is like a business model or business benefit. So these numbers are huge if you consider the wide sectors of each of this industry segment, right? So 30 billion, 66 billion, healthcare is $63 billion, and so on. These numbers are a bit old, 2012 numbers. Some of the analysis was done again by GE through some reports. So what I want to convey is a strong need and high business benefit potential for any new technology or any technology which is coming up. If it shows a very high business benefit potential and strong need by the people or customers, it has a good commercialization value. And if there's a good commercialization value, there's a lots of pumping of investment or R&D investment, including R&D technology development investment, which starts happening. And because of that, R&D also gets accelerated. Right? Now, so looking at that now, so IoT is penetrating in healthcare. So here, this slide, I'm trying to showcase how the healthcare industrial scenario or healthcare market is shaping or changing nowadays. So digitalization or digitization is coming into healthcare. It is to improve patient outcome, improve the capacity, improve the productivity, as I just mentioned. And that is what is going toward the precision health. So healthcare earlier was like protocol driven. Today, people are starting talking about highly personalized healthcare. It is not yet penetrated fully, but that's something which is a trend and it's going to come. And all the technology developments and technologies are coming up towards that direction. Earlier, too much data was available in healthcare, but it was all in too segregated or segmented data in multiple places. Like if our own personal data, if you see 10 years back, I might have done some lab analysis like for my health records or healthcare purposes, preventive healthcare. All this data is available in separate reports, and they are that report I might have done with some analytics lab. Next year, after 1 or 2 years, I might have done report in another lab. All this data is very segregated, available in different places or as a record with me, but it's not integrated. But where it's going now because of digital transformation is all the data will be integrated. They will be longitudinal, and it will be fueled or connected with AI models, because more data coming in, AI models will also start coming up, because they need AI models also needs a lot of training data, and more data will enable those AI models, and that's the trend. Earlier, it was costly and risky to do R&D in healthcare, but now because of precisely targeted clinical trials, which are enabled by a lot of data availability and access, and of course integration of multiple data, multiple modalities of data, and so on, available for viewing together, and of course biomarker driven therapies and so on. So this is where the trend is moving. complex and unguided healthcare is moving towards more complex processes are simplified, and more precision is happening in all the interventions. So modalities are becoming more and more precise in terms of its outcome. Patients are only monitored when sick. Earlier, that was the trend. Instead of that, now it's becoming proactive, and that's already happening a trend, because people have started, at least the younger generation as well as even all across, started becoming more wellness or health conscious, and wellness monitoring devices, smartwatch based monitoring of your activities, sleep, your heartbeats, all those things are becoming more and more common. So it's becoming more proactive now. Now, taking this further, so if I see the changing, the paradigm of healthcare industry is changing from today's world towards more and more connected healthcare, and which is bringing to precision in the healthcare. So today it's a reactive, as I mentioned, professional driven, doctors driven. Patient goes to doctor rather than whenever needed. All the care or healthcare is mostly inside the hospital, and time constraint, because you will have timeline within which you have to go there. It's all unconnected, because you have to go to hospital or read the reports which are not connected. And of course, they are discrete and segregated. From there, the healthcare is moving towards, as I mentioned, proactive and wellness aware, customer driven, because customers themselves are now self-aware about the health. They are more health conscious, and they themselves monitor. So we, most of us or many of us now already have ECG monitor at, blood pressure monitor at home, diabetes monitor at home, blood glucose monitor at home, and so on. So people are becoming more and more aware, and devices are becoming affordable, more and more affordable, and that's making that happen. Patient are not only patients going to doctor, but doctors are also going to patient. That connect has become bidirectional. Not that physically doctors are going like it was happening as a paid services earlier, but now because of telemedicine, and which this COVID has aggravated that very much in India as well. All of us have seen that progression, very accelerated progression in telemedicine. So which is enabled bidirectional movement now. Healthcare can be anywhere because it's a telemedicine. So patient not always has to go to doctor or to hospital. Patient can be treated remotely by doctors. And many during COVID couple of years during COVID, this was very helpful as well, right? And of course, healthcare has become connected and space-time integrated. Now, if you see the typical scenario, today's hospital, I have taken here the devices which are more diagnostic related, because GE Healthcare is mainly having a diagnostic equipments. X-ray, MRI, patient monitoring, ICU patient monitoring systems, ECG. Of course, it has anesthesia, ventilators, as well as, of course, CT, PET scan, MRI, ultrasound machines, and so on. So today's hospital, if you see, they have all these machines are lying. They are connected, like as I give an example in the industry. Industry machines are getting connected. Here also, they are connected over LAN. It may be wired LAN or fiber optic LAN. And they are on-premise the hospital. All these devices are connected. And there are different software technologies and platforms which are already existent now. Of course, everywhere it might not have penetrated, but many, at least urban hospitals, you see, most of the hospitals or private hospitals and urban hospitals, even in India, are having a good health management systems, which are all computerized, well connected, and so on, where it may have enterprise archivals. It have a PAC system, which is picture archiving and communication system, which collects all the data from different machines, and so on, and connects it along with the hospital patient data in the hospital, with the patient IDs and patients' other information, which may be textual information. And of course, it has other clinical gateways through which all this data is available in the centralized server. Of course, they may have on-prem radiologists who can have an access to this data. So today, as we know, X-ray is to be taken. X-ray earlier we used to have those X-ray films, and one has to carry those films even 10-15 years back. But now it's all digitalized. So X-ray is taken, image already reaches to doctor or radiologist. The patient goes to radiologist will view and put annotation and his expert advisories or comments, and so on. And those comments are also now digitized, and that is just available in the form of a printout report or digital record. right? So patient electronic medical records or digital records are becoming common nowadays. You may also have remote experts, some experts, radiologists, who may not be available on-prem, but some of the cases, if you need to consult them, those are available on the private line over VPN and so on. So they can be again consulted, who may not be sitting in a same city. He might be expert who is in another city or another country in some cases, whenever required. Now, this kind of paradigm, which is all in hospital, so all healthcare services are in hospital, is going to change now. And another element which is going to accelerate this further is new communication technology of 5G, right? So which is having very high latency, very fast latency, and large volume of data, which is actually imaging data of CT and MRIs and so on. Those can be communicated, bulk of data can be communicated very fast. And because of those 10 times better communication compared to today's wireless and communication, this 5G within next decade or so, lots of things will become more and more possible, which were not possible today. And that will bring this healthcare to become connected, not only inside hospital, but also outside hospital, right? So what is growing trend now is healthcare in the healthcare home care services. So there would be healthcare services provided to the patients, particularly more for the elderly patients, or many times post surgery. Many times patients are to be, say, kept in the hospital just for observation purpose. So doctors need to keep watch of that those patients who are operated. Now those patients are actually unnecessarily occupying the bed in the hospital, which is depriving other new patients who might be requiring those beds. And those scenario will change, because now if these patients can be monitored well with good connectivity on real time or near real time, if they can be monitored in the remote center, patients can be moved after surgery. Once he is non-critical, he can be moved away, and the hospital beds can be more for the critical patients. And these patients can be monitored, still monitored by doctors, because of remote connectivity. Similarly, as an example, ambulance. Today, ambulance has a very basic monitoring or diagnostic, ECG or blood pressure monitor and so on. Can ambulance also have some of the X-ray or some other modalities, ultrasounds and so on, which are easily doable or portable? Those mobile devices, it can help, because in city like Bangalore, reaching hospital may be 1 hour journey or maybe 2 hours journey. Many times half hour to 2 hours journey. So can patient be monitored while he is on the way to hospital if he is a serious patient or emergency patient? And hospital can be prepared upfront before the patient reaches the hospital, so that he can be attended very quickly or immediately as soon as patient reaches the hospital and so on. So many of the processes can be done upfront, and those kind of trends will come. Similarly, lots of wearable devices, ambulatory devices for wellness monitoring, or as well as health monitoring would be available. People will be wearing those devices, and those devices will be connected to cloud through some hub, or it can be directly connected to cloud through 5G or other wireless communications and so on. And these patients can be monitored. If any, say, heart patient suddenly gets pain, he can be immediately some alerts from the cloud, and AI algorithms can trigger those. It can automatically create alerts to doctors or to the consultants, and then they will start attending that patient upfront, rather than patient talking to somebody and that information reaching to hospitals and so on. Similarly, taking it beyond, drone-based medical services or health emergency medical services, air taxis, air ambulances, these are going to the trend. Within a decade or so, these things will become more and more reality. Of course, many pilots are already done today as well. Now,
So I would like to just interrupt a little bit over here.
Okay, that's fine. Let it be continued.
Okay, man. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of time,
Continue,
I think, yeah, I agree. How much time should I have for that?
Sir, we may finish and not a very big issue. We can complete. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll try to go quickly some of the slide. I have some videos, so I would like to show that to come to the once I come to that part. So see, so why connected healthcare? The motivation for that is there is a growing shortage of primary care physicians across the world, right, everywhere. So this is American sub-record 2020. They were looking at 20,400 shortage of people. In India also there are some numbers I have on other slides. Which, so we have a shortage of people, particularly healthcare physicians, or primary healthcare physicians or paramedics. They are in shortage. But at the same time, the population is aging, as well as age of population is also growing. So the population who needs healthcare services remotely, that population numbers are increasing, right? And this will grow because age of population is increasing. At the same time, age of people is also increasing. And as the higher age, you need healthcare services better and at home or at remotely from the because person cannot be always in hospital. So there's an increased demand of connected healthcare, and that's where IoT, or it's also called IoMT, Internet of Medical Things, is growing, and there is a business case for that, or there's a demand for that, and it will help the humankind, or it will help the patients. These are some numbers for that. So we have in India we have 2.1 nurse per midwife, or 0.8 doctor, 0.6 obstetrics or gynecology doctors per 1,000 people, which is very small number. We have 40% shortage in practicing obstetrics and gynecology doctors. So there's a shortage. This data related to some particular modality. So healthcare, connected healthcare is important. Second thing is, when you have some of the paramedics, there is a shortage of this. Can we have some of the basic operations? Can machines can be helpful, or can AI algorithms or automation can help here? And if you see the modalities right from very basics, so that's how AI interest is coming in. Now, if you see, there are lots of modalities and lots of healthcare domain, computer tomography, CT, MR, PET, radiography, angiography, ultrasound, fluoroscopies. And of course, they are used for abdominal, breast imaging, cardiac imaging, emergency imaging, multiskeletal, neuroradiology, of course, subject area of interest here for this team, nuclear medicine, pediatric imaging, and so on. So all these domains there, and see, each this healthcare domain is different. They need a different kind of patient, different treatment of the patient, different signatures, and so on. And all these different modalities have different kind of signals. And that's where lots of AI models are to be adopted or developed for each of those. And there's a huge opportunity for those AI developments. Towards that, so GE is developing a platform, and that platform is Edison Digital Healthcare Platform, which is an AI factory for everyone. It's a cloud-based platform. It can also be on-prem, which is using, because GE has lots of devices which can be connected. So all this data from different devices, of course, against the government permissions and so on, because healthcare data is very secured, to be secured, and safety is to be ensured. But under the permissions and all regulatory permissions and so on, some of this data with unidentification. So you don't need to have the patient name has to be removed, so you don't know. So personal privacy is not affected. But data is used for this AI model generation and so on. And of course, GE is partnering. This platform is open. Many startups or third-party companies who have developed, say, AI models for different modalities, they can put their algorithms or and on this platform, and they can provide services. And it can be a service-based model, business model, right? Software as a service, or that particular AI as a service, and so on. So lots of data is available. You do this data, ingest it, do annotation, and by the experts, and that's how you use it for training. And once it's trained, those models can be deployed either on the cloud in this platform, or it can be on the edge device on-prem on the machines, computers, in hospital, because many times hospitals may not want to have data reaching to cloud, so they want all the operations to be in hospital premises, and so on. or it can be for subsequently also on the devices itself, right? As the models go mature. So this is where there are 50 petabytes of data which is available or generated across per year. This can be used, and that's why this is using AI, machine learning, and deep learning based models. You can generate, and there are multiple, about 50, more than 50 different AI applications are already available and are used. Many of them are developed by GE, some of them are also by the third party, and so on. I'll just play this video about this platform. Though it's a GE video, but of course, don't take it. I'm trying to advertise it for GE because it's open or for use for all, and it's mainly to promote the research in this and motivation in this direction. Just let me know if video plays.
So the video has any voice or no voice?
Oh, it has a voice.
Okay, sir. Well,
Okay,
it is good for,
I may have to share it probably differently, maybe.
No issues, sir. We are finding that we are getting the gist of the video, sir.
Okay. I hope you could see this properly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We could see this.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think the second video is also started on. Okay, coming back to the slides.
हाँ कौन था?
Can you see my screen again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is just an example, and of course, it's not only GE. All the major diagnostic players across the world, all the main like Siemens, Philips, all of them are also making the similar kind of platform, and which will improve the healthcare and make it outcome oriented and of course more productive for and useful for the human life. So this is again changing paradigm where healthcare is redefined, anytime care. These are the different terms, like you can understand it easily. So this is where healthcare is moving. Healthcare democratization is happening because of AI models can be developed by multiple people, because any new one company cannot do everything. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of things to do. And that's where lots of players can come in. Similarly, if you see the wearable sensors and so on, it's lots of startups or new players can come in there and so on. And all this is actually collectively connected healthcare will serve the humankind better.
Yes.
Anywhere care, error-free care by increased precision through AI-assisted diagnostics and advisories and so on. Precision medicine, because your better, more precise diagnosis will definitely aid to precision in terms of therapy as well as medicine. Healthcare, because it will be also used in the medicine research as well. Healthcare transparency is growing, and of course, health consumerization is happening. And of course, it will increase better precision and of course, better performance by the models. This is now I'm coming to like our two of the modalities I'm talking about here, which are actually relevant for brain computing research. So of course, one is diagnostic imaging equipment, which is popularly used computed tomography, because this is also one of the equipments you successfully use for brain imaging, right? And this just gives you that developed countries average there are about 20 CT systems per million of population. But if you see many countries, like in India, we have 3 CT systems per million population. That means availability or access of this kind of diagnostic equipments or devices are low. That means they are heavily loaded, and it's important that this kind of devices can be utilized better and faster with better productivity. And to increase the productivity of these devices, you need to reduce the scan time, so that within the same day, one day, instead of 10 patients, say you can treat or you can diagnose 15 or 20 patients, right? And how to do that? All these AI or connected healthcare and AI-based solutions will definitely be helpful. And many of the devices already started improving by use of AI. So there are certain applications, say GE's particular model, say GE Healthcare Revolution ACT CT scanner. They use some of the smart dose, VISR, smart flow, IQ, exchange, NNs. These are the algorithms which are used in the machine itself, which will help improve the imaging, not only imaging, but also the machine operation and productivity to have the better, more number of images, not only more number of images, but also more accurate diagnosis to be done by those similar images. There's a video here, but for the sake of time, I will just go through, and at the end, if there's a time, we'll play video. So these are some of the example figures. These are the pictures from this particular Revolution Healthcare. So you can see now for brain image, of course, here the pictures are from all the different parts of the body parts, but there are definitely brain related parts as well. And you can see the quality of images which are becoming with better and better technology. Maybe 15 years back, you might not have seen this kind of images, but now it's becoming very common. So accuracy, precision of images, diagnostics is improving, and that is definitely be helpful, because if one wants to do brain research, how brain operate, how the behavioral research using the brain mapping or brain imaging, you need to more accurate and more precise outcome of the imaging devices, so that you can make more accurate understanding or insights can be generated, and that can be used either for behavioral operation or some of the therapeutic use for patients which are cognitive patients like dementia or Alzheimer's and so on. Those are still diseases which are not very well treated. There are no treatments available. How can, and there are a growing number of people going through this kind of disease. How can we make that disease opportunities lower or reduce those number of occurrences? Can we prevent those a priori if we know upfront early by some of the diagnosis and so on? So similarly, same tools can also be used for forensic research. Like forensic research or analysis requires some of the criminals, if they have been going through, say, drugs, if they are drug addicts, narcotic related issues, if some of the criminals are doing that, and some forensic studies to be done for that, to identify those criminals may not transparently say this, but then based on their brain images, some of that information can be easily identified. There's been research in that, and those things have been started becoming possible. Or we know alcoholic over alcohol consumption that also creates your brain operate or abnormally. Whether the same thing can be analyzed, understood, and more insight can be received by doing better brain imaging, and then using those brain imaging, capturing those data, doing some of the model development to create more insights, which will be helpful for the forensic researchers as well as forensic persons, forensic detectives.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is again CT. Yeah, so this is again how CT is captured. So during, as I mentioned, while doing CT operation itself, there are some of the AI components are already used because of all this availability of data, images, and lots of AI-based techniques which have become viable and usable. And these are the successfully used techniques in CT operation itself. So other way of use of AI is in the diagnostics part. So in cloud, lot of data is there. Third-party people as well as like health companies like GE, Siemens, they can have their own AI algorithms to help radiologists come up with better advisories or better annotation upfront, so that their workload can be reduced or their work can be made more efficient. Because radiologists are in shortage, as I mentioned, some experts are in shortage, and they can be better benefited through some of these tools based on AI. So that is one way of one use case. But other use case of AI and ML and DL of algorithms is in healthcare image capture itself. So the device itself can use some of this algorithm to improve the image quality, because they can operate the say CT or MRI can be operated in such a way that noise can be reduced, or some of the flexibility or agility can be brought while taking the image and so on.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Jess, I'm apologize that like due to the time constraint, we need to wrap up the seminar for today. So I request you can conclude.
Sure. So I will quickly go through this MRI slide. There are one or two slides. I have a video, but I don't know whether we can play. It's a few minutes video. We can take it later, but this is similar thing like CT I mentioned. Similarly, this
Sir,
is
I would request
MRI.
you can share the video link in a chat box, so like participant can see those video later on as well. If you'd like to share the video link.
Yeah, I will see. I will. But okay, here I will to see that. After the talk, I will just share that.
Yeah, you can share that one. Okay,
yeah.
sir.
So this is similar thing about MRI. So this is another MRI machine, which again enhances. So it gives you 40% better image quality. Faster image and better image quality. Again through this particular, which is using DL ML algorithms used in this particular image capture in this MRI machine. And this can give you better functional as well as regular MR images. These are some of the image outcomes from this. And you can see lots of AI tools can enhance the image quality such a level, which can be very useful in the brain research as well, and so on. These are again some of the images from that. Right. I'll go to the last slide now. So this slide is where I wanted to give some perspective where IoT can go beyond. So I talked about two modalities, right? For the as a sensor, I call it as a sensor in IoT term. So MR or CT. Similarly, X-ray can also be used, right? Or ultrasound can also be used in some places. So those are the different modalities which are imaging-based modality. But can we look into doing analysis only using single mode of data or diagnostic? Trends are towards multimodal sensing and AI using, say, sensor fusion algorithms, where you can have multimodal sensors and multimodal sensor fusion analytics, which can be used for more effective cognitive behavioral or forensic analysis. So brain imaging techniques where you can bring, say,
So we lost your
Just
voice.
we lost your voice. Hello, Dr. Jay, sir. Guys, I think we lost the audio of Dr. Jess, sir. Let me check with him.
I'll just call him up if he's available. Sir is not picking up the call. I think he is available or not. I don't know.
Maybe, ma'am, Jess, sir is there. He's there. Maybe he got a call or something on a phone or something, internet issue.
Write something on chat box so he may aware of.
Yeah. Okay, guys, apologize that Jess may be having some internet issue and difficulty certain things. So it was a lovely and wonderful presentation from the Jess, sir. Once we get back his internet, we can take the final comments from him. Not issue that it is the time that we have to conclude our seminar, webinar today by last speech by Ms. Dr. Priyanka Jain, ma'am, Associate Director in Neurocognitive AI and XR Group, C-DAC Delhi. I would like to provide you the brief
Papu, that's
about
fine, that's
Priyanka,
fine.
ma'am.
I think, Papu, that's fine, that's fine. So I think I'll start my vote of thanks before taking much
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
Thank you, Papu, for placing me over here. So I think without taking much time, I'll just want to convey my message. So good evening, all the eminent speakers, aspirant researchers and audience of the webinar. I'm grateful for this opportunity where we all could meet together and we leverage the knowledge insightful which we have got from the experts. Before proposing the vote of thanks, I would like to utilize the platform to just share a few of my slides. So I'm sharing my slide, and I think just a minute. It's a message from call from where, sir? Sir, we had lost your voice, sir. Yes, sir. So you want to connect again, sir? Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. No, sir. Okay. Sir. So we are giving this stage to you. You finish your talk, sir. You complete your words, sir. Huh? Okay, sir. Thanks. You are connected, sir. Thanks. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir is going to connect again, and he's going to finish his words. Jay, sir, you there? Sir, Jay, sir?
I think, ma'am, he's not there. Maybe trying to connect.
Okay, so meanwhile, I'll share my screen and I'll just finish my thing so that everyone would not have to repeat it again. So I'll just, this is my screen. I need to connect all the screen, okay? Share some, okay. Going live. So how means this is going to be connected. Right. I'm not
Hello.
getting. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Now?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's hang now.
Okay.
It is hang. My screen is hang. Sir,
No,
you,
I am not yet sharing. I am not sharing. Can you hear me?
yes, sir.
Okay. Let me
Can
share
you
my screen.
cover, please? This my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually covered. I
yes,
didn't
sir.
know. I didn't know I covered, but yeah, I was not aware that.
Yes, sir. Sir, we may have your concluding remarks, sir.
Sure, sure. It's not allowing me to share. Just a minute.
It's allowing us. Yeah, multiple participants allowed to share simultaneously.
Yeah, it's not clickable. Can you give me share access?
Yes, sir. You have the share access already.
Okay. Let me retry. Sure. Yeah. Can you see now?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I actually covered this last slide, but I'll just very quickly repeat that. So at the end, I wanted to just bring a perspective. So how IIoT can be used for the subject area here. Of course, partially individually. So what is done today is like brain imaging. These are the different sensing techniques, right? Which many of these can be related to brain imaging or brain sensing, but some of them may be other sensing mechanisms, which can be used to correlate. Because if you want to do some behavioral analysis or cognitive aspects to be interpreted, or any forensic studies to be done, it's not only that, of course, you do brain imaging or brain analysis or brain study signals, but you may also want to correlate or collaborate that with some of the other signals from the body or from the human or his past data, historical records, and utilize that when you are doing any analytics. So perspective is this is the trend, or which should be a way forward, is using multimodal sensing and sensor fusion based AI models for effective cognitive, behavioral, and forensic analysis, which will make use of brain imaging techniques like MRI, function MRI, CT, PET, and so on, where you capture information from the patient's brain or subject's brain. And of course, brain-computer interface, which is I don't need to cover here because this community already know it well, through EEG, MEG, or ECOG kind of electrodes placed on the skull at multiple locations. You get spatiotemporal information signals about the brain activity. Of course, you can have many of the body sensors and other data, lab analysis, functional near-infrared spectroscopy, or other cameras, AR, VR, narco test, lie detector information, electronic medical record, historical health records, and so on. Combine all these things with wearable sensor, with modalities of imaging, and so on. Do signal processing, image processing, also do some of the neuro games while doing this campaign to collect data and or analyze the subject. You do those because that sensory feedback will, an activity against those neuro games will activate certain activities in the brain. That will be giving you better insight about the human brain activity, as well as any damages to some parts of the brain and so on. Combine it with in the multimodal sensor fusion and AI algorithms to generate analytics insights in terms of data, advisory, text, behavioral analysis, or interpretation, which can help in dementia, Alzheimer aspects, or forensic analysis, and so on. And this can be used, potential application can be human wellness or health analytics, behavioral insights for any patients or subject to again aid some of the research, cognitive interpretation, dementia, Alzheimer diagnostics, forensic analysis and advisory for the criminal analytics and so on. So this is something which might be of interest and of this particular community. This is where I close my talk. What I'll do is I'll just play, this is a 3-minute video. Just give me that time because that will be interesting. And then we will stop. And can have question answer afterward. So this will actually convey where AI ML techniques are already in use in the real devices now, real systems. So this is one of the MR system. I hope you all can see this, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you able to see audio or no?
Sir, audio is not there, but that's fine.
But it's okay, I think. It does not have any audio, only music is there. So I think text is already coming up. That
Yes,
should be
sir.
fine.
Yes, sir.
These are some of the DL ML tools.
I think we lost again the voice of Jason, ma'am. And guys,
Video is there, na? So I think there would not be, he will not be, I think.
yeah. Dr. Jess, are you there?
Video is being played now, so I hope after finishing this, he would be speaking.
Yeah, this is just
Yes,
half
ma'am.
minute left. Yeah.
Dr. Jess, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You can continue. We need your closing remarks, sir.
Yeah, let this video be over. I am done with that. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so I am done. Any questions? So overall, what I wanted to convey was IoT, which started from industry, it has gone to across different domains. Healthcare is not behind. Lots of sensing, imaging, other modalities, all these different sensing or information or measurements can be combined, used together to do better diagnosis or therapy or analysis and therapy, which can better the human life, make the healthcare treatment faster, outcome oriented, better, and connected, so that overall it will impact the healthcare of the humankind. And the same technologies are usable because for the part of that is brain related research, and these are the modalities which can be, same technologies can be brought in here, focus around doing research around the brain imaging, combining for the different other applications focus around the brain analytics or brain imaging and diagnostics. Is disease like Alzheimer, dementia, or forensic studies and analytics, as well as for the human behavioral aspects, study and research on that.
Yeah. Thank
With
you.
this, I'd like to close, and any questions?
This is something interesting. This is something different which we learned today. So thank you very much for your very valuable session and the important aspect which we were not covering. So thanks a lot, sir. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope it helps everyone. And thanks for this opportunity. And sorry for some like
it happens, sir. No issues.
in between, and of course some delays. But I thought this would be interesting.
Yes, sir, it was important for us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Quickly, I'll just show 2-3 of my slides which I prepared for particular this session. So as I think this is the slide, and I'll just share over here. Is it visible?
I stop sharing now. Yeah, I stop sharing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So is my slide is visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So again, good evening all, and I'm very much grateful for this wonderful platform. We gathered together and we got lots of information, lots of things which we have got as a homework for us to proceed further. So I would just like to, because this is the platform where we are using our knowledge, and I would like to utilize this platform for the connection, the collaboration, and further research work. So just I'll give 2 minutes for sharing the work which we are doing here in C-DAC Delhi. So this I'll be talking about the research work and activities carrying out at Neurocognitive AI and XR Group, C-DAC Delhi. We are working with neurocognitive computing. Basically, this is on the top of the AI thing. Along with that, for rehabilitation and cognitive aspect, we are using extended reality. We are touching many of the aspects of brain imaging, right from EEG to MRI, DTI, and fMRI. Some of the applications we are doing, some of the core research we are doing in this part. We are doing one of the project which is funded project from Ministry of IT. This is brain machine interface enabled communication system for person with special need. This project is being done by AIMS Delhi, C-DAC Trivandrum, GMCT Trivandrum. The objective of this project is to provide an interface which is very much customized for the Indian environment. Like it would be available in Devanagari. It would be available in the 3 of the interfaces, like web interface, mobile interface. It would be useful for mental imagery. The person would be using this interface for translating their intention into the computer command. We would be using a mobile interface where the person would be able to make a call in case of emergency, SOS alert. The extension of this work could be carried out for many of the applications which we have learned in our previous speaker's presentation, right from day-to-day application to wheelchair kind of things. These are in pipeline. We are working toward this. Also, we are working with multimodal neurophysiological framework for cognitive behavioral analysis. This is kind of bit forensic kind of project. We are working for insider threat detection. We are trying to identify the malicious behavior of the person. Again, the project is funded by Ministry of IT, and we are for domain expertise. INMAS DRDO is a collaborating partner of this project. Symbiosis University, Pune, Dr. Ram Manohar Loya Hospital, and CBI CFSL Delhi. They are supporting as a domain expertise. I am very grateful to them. They are providing their all support for successfully completing this project. This is some of the glimpse. This is how the setup would be looking like. The process, the basic process of this project would be like this. Another thing which is very close to my heart, this is game-based learning platform for visual perception in immersive environment and fMRI-based education. Again, AIMS Delhi, Dr. Shafali Gulati is supporting us in this case, and this is going to be helpful for the person who is having some special need, the kids with special need. Using VR-based cognitive rehabilitation, we will be providing the fMRI-based solution. This is kind of a glimpse which I portray my thought process, how we are going to use these things for game-based learning. And fMRI-based evaluation we would be doing. This is one of the result outcome of already POC which we have implemented for them. One more important work which we are getting guided by AIMS Delhi again. Dr. Rama ma'am is helping us a lot in this case, and I would like to mention over here that Dr. Arpan Banerjee also supported kind of understanding these aspects of fMRI things. We were very new when we started doing this work. We have got a good publication on this particular point. We are identifying the rehabilitation process of a person applying Hatha Yoga in this case. We're also working with the explainable AI. Some of the research publication we have video processing sequencing. We have some of the work in web-based AR, VR. We have done that marker-based, location-based, markerless AR. We have worked with animation trigger. Why I'm showing all those things, because these are going to help us in to preparing the end-to-end application, which would be required for the applied research out of the top of the research. So some of the challenges which we are finding in BCI and behavioral analysis. This is one of the important slides which I want to say, because the objective of this whole workshop is going to what we are going to visualize in such a way. So we are here in C-DAC having that close collaboration with the core research like IITs and NITs and the government college, and we cannot beat IITs because the core methodology and we have seen with Dr. Suresh sir's and Dr. Arvindo sir's research, the extensive research we need to have. At the same time, we need to have that close collaboration with the domain expertise like NBRC, forensic lab. We have to have domain expertise from DRDO. We have to have expertise from NIMHANS. We have to have expertise from the neurological hospitals. At the same time, what end point we are looking for is industry and startup collaboration. So in a way, when we are having all those things together in one point, so we are expecting to serve the community with the help of Ministry of IT. So Ministry of IT being a patron, I would like to start thanking. I would like to thank Sunita ma'am, not only for her valuable time for this webinar. I would like to thank her for providing us all the facilities for performing all those research. She being kind of 7 years for the research and applied research, she's guiding us. I would like to thank Dr. Suresh for his mathematical complications from EMG to EEG. He tried to make us understand the aspect. Thank you, sir. Asha ma'am could not attend us because of some health issues, so I'm wishing her a good health. Get well soon, ma'am. Achal sir informed about the very clinical, very medical aspects of that stroke, where he made us some of the problem statement where we need to cover the points. We being the AI person, we being the IT person, we need to see how we are going to fulfill his requirement of the medical science. Maria ma'am has provided a very good insight toward the traumatic brain injury. And Josna ma'am, today it was a very because the session was very close to my heart, because it was talking about the emotions in digital era, somewhere where I am also very keen to learn from ma'am. Ma'am, I would be connecting you again for more information. Arvindo sir has made a lot many insightful research and applied research, though I'd say he's not only working only into the dimension of the research, he is providing the application oriented and futuristic aspects. So definitely we all enjoyed your thought, sir, very well. We will again get you connected again. Arpan sir has provided the sign, very nicely he demonstrated the stuff which is inside the brain connection. Vikas sir has talked about the very clinical aspect. I think no one, we never have seen these kind of data and this kind of processing which would be required from our side. So thank you, sir, for your session. Jay, sir, this is the thing which is what was the gap we were missing for all our research. So this is one of the point where I think we wanted your guidance. So how whatever research we are doing is going to be utilized for the mass, how we are going to see the commercial aspect, how we are going to see it as a business aspect. So definitely we need your loss of long year of experience for having our research done successfully. I would like to thank Jain sir, Director C-DAC Delhi. He guided us for each individual point. He's provided his support to get it done successfully completed. I would like to thank C-DAC and my colleagues from C-DAC. I would like to definitely thank to Dr. Mani from C-DAC Trivandrum, Dr. Janki from C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Kunal from C-DAC Calcutta, because this is not only the C-DAC Delhi team which is working toward that direction. We all are putting our brainstorming together. Many times we are meeting, we are putting our thoughts, what we can do to serve the community in this field. So team here from C-DAC Delhi, I am thankful to my all team members who have supported for successfully completion of this webinar, along with the external C-DAC centers, my colleagues. And at the end, I thank you all of you and wishing you all the best. And I hope the webinar is going to be helpful for us. And definitely it is ignited some of the thought process in our mind, which we are going to take forward. And we would then going to get connected again with the more research topics, more questions, and definitely it is going to be a very fruitful aspect for us. For that. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So audience, I would conclude that the webinar is over, and I thanks all participants and the speaker for the webinar. And by concluding, the webinar is end today. Thank you all for joining us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've
Thank
shared
you.
those 2 video links which I showed.
Yes, sir.
The chat.
You can share in the
can-
chat box. Yeah, I got it in the chat box, sir.
Yeah.
We will try to share this with the participants
Sure.
through email as well.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Priyanka, ma'am. I think lots of work which I was talking about, you are already doing it. So
Sir, we will
Good
be
to know.
taking your guidance, sir. We will be taking
Yeah,
your
sure.
guidance for this, sir.
yeah, so some of these things can be brought into actual use and all.
Sir.
And so I think there might be good opportunity through Edison platform.
Yes, sir.
We can look into something which can be put in there.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. We'll